All right, we'll call the meeting to order. All council members are present. On the agenda, I would like to change the order of 14B3 and 14B2, reverse them. Discuss this with the assistant city manager who also wants to do that. So we discuss the assessments before we do the budget. Are there any other proposed changes to the agenda? If not, can we have a motion for adoption of the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Candell, seconded by Vice Mayor McCormick. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous. So we're on to public comment on the closed session item. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak on the closed session item?
Mayor, I have no speakers at this time.
Okay, the council will then go into closed session and we will return at 7 p.m.
CJ, we're ready.
All right, it's 7 o'clock. We're back in session. There is no reportable outcome from our closed session. We're happy to have Troop 224 with us this evening, and they have graciously agreed to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, to the republic and one nation, with liberty.
Okay. Thank you. As we meet this evening, we acknowledge that Lafayette is part of the unceded ancestral homeland of the Bay Miwok people. The Bay Miwok and neighboring Ohlone people have lived in and moved through this place for thousands of years. They stewarded and shaped this land for hundreds of generations. We express our appreciation and gratitude for this profound legacy, which enhances and contributes to our lives to this day. We will strive to honor this land and strengthen our ties with the indigenous communities that continue to live and work in our East Bay region as our neighbors and community members. We acknowledge and honor them and their ancestors, elders, and next 7 generations. We are now at public comments. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on any item that's not on the agenda and within the purview of the council. You will have 3 minutes.
Mayor Anduri, I have 2 speakers tonight. Kirk Wandy to be followed by Libby Henry.
Hello.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. Hello, everyone.
Could you identify yourselves?
My name is Kirk Wandy, and do I need to say my address? Okay, I won't do that. Hello, all. I know many of you. I'm Kirk Wandy. I've been a resident of Lafayette for nearly 2 years now. Moved here with my husband and 2 children about 2 years ago, like I said, from San Francisco, but I grew up in Danville, so I am not new to the East Bay. The team with me here tonight, I've got Brian and Hannah with me, and there are a few other members of our team as well, such as Betsy, who has just walked in with her lovely children. Over the past year, we've formed an organization called Vibrant Lafayette, and have been working really hard behind the scenes to just understand the city of Lafayette, how it ticks, the finances and all of that. Some of you might already be familiar with our mission. I've met with many of you in person, but we're grateful to have the opportunity tonight to introduce ourselves and begin a broader dialogue on how we can work together. So we call ourselves Vibrant Lafayette because our goal is to bring more energy and connection to downtown, and also make it easier to get there. That means increased foot traffic for local businesses, safer walking routes and bike lanes, and thoughtful economic development that fills vacancies and serves today's families. We are all parents in Lafayette's public schools, which I think gives us a different vantage point than you may see in your typical involvement in city planning. Many of us families are very busy. We have kids to raise, we have pets, we have sports, we have all the things, but it doesn't mean we don't have an opinion about the town we reside in and its future. And so in speaking with a lot of families in town, we hear a lot of things about a desire for increased vitality or reason to come downtown and gather, public spaces, parks, just a way to connect, and also how we get our kids downtown safely, whether it's walking or biking. So our role and the way we see it today is really to help amplify those voices of young families in Lafayette. So to start, we just like to offer a couple tangible ideas and things we've been thinking about. many of us have come from urban areas, and I think when you spend time in downtown Lafayette, it feels very transactional. You're going down to run an errand and you go home. You're going to dinner and you go home. How do we create a Lafayette where people want to linger, spend time, kids are running around, parents are enjoying socializing together? How can we explore different solutions? And I know there's challenges around, parking lots and working with the private owners to possibly block them off from certain points in time where families can come down and enjoy them. Really aiming to create more energy down there and a reason for people to stay. Is that my time?
We have a 3-minute.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Are there questions for the speaker? All right, no questions, but thank you very much for each of you for getting involved so quickly in our community. We really appreciate it.
Next speaker, Libby Henry.
Right. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Happy New Year. Looks like we have another year ahead of what's going on in Sacramento, and that's mainly why I wanted to just mention to the legislative council, part of the council, to keep on the lookout, and if you can, get a letter of opposition into the local government group. Guess who is chair of that committee now? Anyway, he has, he barely passed SB 79, and he vowed to everything that he amended last year that you guys compromised yourselves with. Well, my opinion, of course. He is putting back, and that's in the form of several bills like SB 677 and SB 722. And they are both being heard in local government on Wednesday. So if you can get a letter of opposition in, please do so. I mean, this is so ridiculous. They want to take our homes, our communities, our land, our property, our coastline. They want to take it over and hand it over to the billionaires that are funding the whole thing. I've had enough. How about you? Thank you.
Okay. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor Anduri, there are no additional speakers at this time.
Okay. All right, we're on to item 10, report from our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening to all, and a very happy new year. Here are a few updates from the city departments. From Parks, Trails, and Recreation, tickets are available for the Lafayette Youth Commission's Middle School Tri-City Dance. It's one of the most popular events in Lafayette. It'll be held at the Community Center on January the 23rd. Families will also want to get their tickets to the Sweetheart Dance on February the 6th, also at the Community Center. And you can purchase tickets for both dances on the city's website. Jonathan informs, the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Director informs me that PTR hosted a group trip to the Warriors versus Kings game, and children from the attending families got to visit the court during the national anthem. The Public Art Committee invites the community to the official unveiling of the first mural in the Downtown Mural Program on Monday, the 26th at 5 p.m. at 3578 Mount Diablo Boulevard. We will be recognizing the artist, Rachel Pearls, and all others for their support in bringing this vibrant new artwork to our downtown. And finally, a word of caution. We have been made aware of scam emails impersonating city departments and requesting fraudulent payments. These messages look very official. They use city logos, familiar language, and publicly available information to look authentic, and they demand payment, but they are not from the city. The city of Lafayette will never request payment by wire transfer or cryptocurrency or gift cards. Legitimate city invoices and payment requests are only sent through the official city email address or via the US Postal Service. And staff at the city, we're always available to help you. In case you have a doubt, please call us. When online payments are offered by the city, we process them through secure platforms such as Square. While this scam is currently targeting applicants to the city planning department, similar tactics are used in other departments as well and in other cities. Just found out that Pleasant Hill has been subject to this scam as well. So if you're unsure, please call the city offices and we're happy to help you. Thank you.
Okay, are there questions for the city manager? Is there any public comment? All right, so we're on to our presentations. And our first presentation, just a brief introduction. Lafayette's mission statement calls out our commitment to lifelong learning. And through the city's Public Art Committee and its newly expanded focus, the city seeks to embed the arts in our civic life and in the fabric of our community. During the next 2 years, we'll help strengthen these civic values through presentations at the beginning of the first council meeting of each month by an arts organization or an organization that offers lifelong learning opportunities. So tonight is the very first presentation, and Janice Peacock, the chair of our Public Art Committee, will give us an overview of works of public art in Lafayette.
Thank
Welcome.
you, Mayor and Dury. I'm so happy to be here as an artist myself and a lover of art and a lifelong learner. I'm so happy to be kicking off this new set of presentations. And since I have exactly 10 minutes and I have started my counter, I'm going to get started. This is the Lafayette Public Art Committee. We did not call each other to see if we were wearing red or black that day, but we did come out very coordinated on that particular day. These are only some of our members. We have actually 9 members that are Lafayette residents. And what the Public Art Committee does is we are the stewards of art for Lafayette. We are here to promote public art within Lafayette, support artistic and cultural diversity, and enrich Lafayette through programming. So we have a large variety of different kinds of art in our community that belongs to the city of Lafayette. We have an extensive permanent collection of wall art and sculptures just right across in the library, and actually we're doing some work on it right now. We were working on it right before coming over. We have temporary exhibitions that we're responsible for, and each quarter we have new artists displaying their work here in the Don Tatson Community Hall, in the library, in a couple of different locations, and also in the Town Hall Theater. Plus, we have sculptures and a mural, which I'm going to show you in a minute, and a utility box program, if you have seen the wonderful boxes with the vintage pictures on them. And we have not just sculptures in the downtown area, but throughout our community. So we have a lot of different art happening here in our town. For such a small town, frankly, we have a really robust and valuable collection that I'm very proud that we have. Here's our mural, you guys. I'm so happy that we have our first mural in our downtown mural program. It's by Rachel Pearls, who grew up in Lafayette. She's an Oakland artist. And this is on the side of Zara Boutique on right there on Mount Diablo. So hopefully everybody has seen it. It's just spectacular. The Public Art Committee is just really pleased with this first mural. We're working on the second one. And if you are a business owner, a building owner, or you know a building owner, we're looking for our next wall. So please be in touch with someone from the Public Art Committee through the Lafayette website if you know of a wall that we could use to put a gorgeous next mural on. The other really exciting new art that we have in Lafayette is at the Brandt development, which is across the street from Diamond K. There is this wonderful piece that is an inverted metal cone that's hollow that was created by an artist group called Wow House. And Brandt is a kind of goose. And so what you see is the piercings on this metal cone that when there's a light on inside of the cone, you can see the geese sort of flying around the outside of the cone. It's really neat. And then we also have some spectacular tile work that was done by artist Eileen Barr. And the pictures I have here really don't do it justice, but it is just beautiful, vibrant art that really goes well in this development. And this was done with Lafayette's 1% for the Arts program, in which developers use 1% of their development budget towards art in Lafayette. So several of the things I'm going to show you tonight, and I'm only showing you a tiny number of the pictures of the pieces that we have in our collection, because I'm already 3 minutes and 40 seconds into my talk and not very far along. So here are some of the very well-known pieces that we have in Lafayette. This is Speechless by Brian Goggin, and it's made of cast bronze. And for a bronze piece, this is a huge sculpture, and it's right out here outside of our window. We could actually walk out and look right at it. And this piece was put in when the library was built, and I will show you in a little while some of the pieces in the library. If you haven't had a chance to just go into our library and look around, there are quite a few really stunning pieces in there. People go in and get their books and leave and don't spend time looking at all that we have. This is a newer piece that we have called Friendly Gathering and Bird Row, and it's by local artist Joe Bologna, and it's at the Mill, which is on the corner of Brown and Mount Diablo. And this piece just makes me happy. You guys are seeing the pieces that are some of my favorites tonight. I think it's really whimsical, and it really takes advantage of a not very big space to fill to put public art. And that is one of the problems that we sometimes come up against when we're working with developers, is not having very much space in which to put art. So this is one of those cases. And this is another 1% for the Arts project. This is also 1% for the Arts, and it's called Blossoms by Gordon Huther. This is one of our first pieces that went in the public art program. And these are, it's like a bouquet of flowers. And these are dichroic glass discs, which at different times of day, they radiate different colors. They're really kind of fun and magical to look at. In our roundabout, away from our downtown, in our roundabout, we have Resolve by David Mudgett, who is a Pleasant Hill artist, actually. And this is one of our larger sculptures. Probably this and the Goggin piece that we have out front here are probably our two very largest sculptures. And this is a set of stacked, pierced dodecahedrons that are all stacked up, and you can see it in the roundabout at Olympic and Pleasant Hill Road. I pass it all the time, and it makes me smile to see it. If you make it up to the community center, the Jennifer Russell building, in the foyer, if you stand there and look up, there is an amazing sculpture by Oakland artist Aylin Christofferson. She's a glass artist, but she made this mixed media piece, which is aluminum that's been painted along with glass little red buds that you see in that lower picture. And that's a really neat piece, because at nighttime you can actually, when you drive by, you can see it in the window at the top of the building. It's really, really special. So that's some of the public art, and I've just scratched the surface. And now I just wanted to show you a few pieces of the Lafayette's art collection in our library. And one of the pieces that seems to get overlooked a lot is Sun Painting by Peter Erskine. And it's in the very back corner of the library, sort of in the quiet area. And people think it's just like a skylight, but it's actually a really interesting piece that has prisms in it that breaks apart the sunlight into all of its component colors. So it's really neat to just go back there, and you can sit there or stare up into it to see what magic it does as the sun shines down through all of the prisms. All of these pieces were purchased. Actually, the last piece was purchased. This piece was not. This piece was a fairly recent addition by our former city manager, Stephen Falk. It's called Seeing Red, and these are these massive, very almost photorealistic paintings that he created for this piece called Seeing Red. And this was a donation that Stephen made to the city of Lafayette. All the other pieces that we see in the library actually were purchased, and they were part of the budget for when the library was built. So we do have many, many pieces in the library. This is a piece by Thomas Tannehill, who lives in Pleasant Hill and is a former Public Art Committee member called Dancing Oak. And so this is in the library as well. And this is String of Pearls by Anne Weber, which is just a fun piece that sits at the bottom of the stairwell and is made of cardboard, actually. And she was here last year repairing it after someone had thrown a bottle at it. And she came in and fixed it. And actually you can see where the repair is, and that's become part of the history of this piece, which is really neat. So now, what's next? In my last 1 minute and 10 seconds. We have a thing called dandelion seeds from Kinematic Labs. It's not just a thing, it's an amazingly large thing, which is a sculpture of these large dandelion seeds that will sit over a quad at the entrance to the city of Lafayette's downtown area as you leave BART. So this is made by Kinematics Lab, and it's been kind of on the back burner for a few years due to some budget constraints, but those budget constraints, thanks to the City Council, have been relieved, and we will be able to go forward with these very large metallic sculptures that move around when there is wind. So that will be coming, I believe, this summer. And the other really great new project that's coming is called Binary Wall Datum Line, and it's by Lafayette artist Clay Jensen, who is creating these tall 8-foot panels that have texture on them. And this is going in at 950 Huff. And this is really a neat, these are really neat panels in that they have a lot of texture in them, and they will also over time take on a patina that will make them really interesting to look at up close. Again, this is in a place where you're seeing him out in the wide open spaces is not where these will be installed. They will be installed in a very narrow spot on 950 Huff. So, and he is not included in the sculpture either, but you do see him there. And we're so happy to have to be able to add Clay to our collection. So this is our latest development that he will be coming to do this for us. And I just ran into him at Pete's Coffee a couple days ago, and he said these pieces are now at the foundry. So they are going to be done very soon, and then we'll get them installed, and it will be wonderful. And the piece really echoes what is going on in the rest of the architecture of the building. So I think it's going to be a really great fit for this development. So thank you very much. You can find out more about the Public Art Committee at this very long URL, or you can just go there and look for commissions and committees and find us there. And so thank you very much. How close did I come to my 10 minutes? Oh, over by a minute. Thank you very much.
Okay, Janice, thank you very much. Questions or comments?
Just real briefly, because the time is, but I am, so thank you very much for kind of spearheading this. And I think it's important that it is public art, right? And I think that's where it's interesting that people are, I'm assuming, are welcome to kind of join the committee meetings and see what's going on and participate. And this is what it needs to be, right? If somebody has an idea, they should bring it to you. And
Your microphone is off.
Thank you. I did turn my microphone off after I was done. Yes, we certainly do encourage community members to come and they can see what's going on. And we do, we do welcome people's ideas and comments and feedback. The public and public art is really about that this art is accessible to everyone for free out in our community. And that's what the public the public and public art really means, is that this is a way to add vibrancy to our community, and bring art into everyday living.
Stella?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for your work. This is really an impressive amount of accomplishments over decades. It's really adding a wonderful
Thank you.
spark and color and texture to our city. Maybe we can get another announcement about when that unveiling of the mural is.
Ah, yeah,
Very.
it is the
26th.
it is the 25th or 26th?
26th.
20.
It'll be right before our
Uh,
council meeting.
Okay, right. It is right before the council meeting at 5 o'clock at the mural location.
And everyone's welcome to join.
And everyone is welcome to join. I will be there, and other public art committee people will be there. And Rachel Pearls is delightful. So she is a really lovely person to meet, and it is really neat to be able to go and really get up close and see that mural. So I hope people will come. It's been a long time to get to this point, and we're so very excited about it. And also that thing about we do need another wall, guys. So keep that in mind.
Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any public comments?
We have no public comments at this time.
All right, Janice, thank you very
Thank
much. Thank you
you.
to you and to the commission and to Jenny Rosen,
Yes.
who's our staff liaison to the commission, for all
Yes.
your great work.
Thank you to Jenny for sure. Thanks. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, moving on to our second presentation, financial arts. No. The annual comprehensive financial record report. Welcome.
Shut me off. Thank you and good evening, Mayor and members of the council. It's my pleasure to present the City of Lafayette fiscal year 24-25 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, also known as ACFR, to you at this time. This report is the sixth ACFR prepared by the audit firm Badawi & Associates after the city extended its 5-year contract for 1 year. The Finance Subcommittee reviewed and discussed this report at their meeting on December 9th, 2025. Badawi & Associates have issued an unmodified or clean opinion on their audit of the city's financial statements. The city continued to strengthen its financial position in fiscal year 2025, which in my opinion was an exceptional year, but I'm new here. The city's financial highlights can be found in the management discussion and analysis section, which is found on pages 5 through 18 of the audit report. The most significant item of note in fiscal year 2025 is the $5.35 million fund balance increase in the city's general fund, which resulted primarily due to the recognition of $3.46 million of ARPA funds in fiscal year 2025. Excluding ARPA, revenues came in over $2 million higher than anticipated, and expenditures were nearly $4 million under budget, due in part to projects that will be completed in subsequent years. In previous years, fiscal year 23, there was $3.2 million. We received the $3.16 million of ARPA, spent $1.3 million, and in fiscal year 24 spent $95,000. And so this was the recognition of the final ARP funding, which we needed to recognize before the deadline. In this audit also was the implementation of GASB 101 related to compensated absences, which did not have a big impact on the financial statements. There was a restatement of almost $124,000 to governmental funds and almost $11,000 to business type funds for fiscal year 2024 related to that. Minimal impact in fiscal year 2025 of $17,452 to governmental funds and $97.81 to business type funds. On page 34, you can see where the general funds were almost $8.5 million more than expenditures, which excess was partially offset by net transfers out of about $3.15 million, resulting in the $5.35 million increase in fund balance. These financial statements have been submitted to the GFOA, or Governmental Finance Officers Association, for the Financial Reporting Award. And I expect that we'll receive that for I believe it'll be the 11th year in a row, right? And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the City Council may have related to this report.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Jim?
Thank you very much for the presentation. So just want to clarify, because you touched on this, but we've got a really healthy year, fiscal year in this last cycle, but due in part to the ARPA funds, three some million, which we'll never see again. We won't see again for a while, I got to think. And also on the expenditure side, projects that we had budgeted for but didn't yet happen, but will.
Correct.
So I think I want to be clear that lovely that we ran a great surplus in 2025, but it was due to a lump of money from the federal government we're not going to see again, and projects that we had planned on but didn't spend, but will
Still be
pay for
done
later.
Yes.
So it's sort of like, I think I just want to make it clear to people who might look at this that it's a yay boo in that great year in 25 in terms of running a general fund surplus. The boo side is that a big element of the surplus won't be around in the future from the federal government side, and we're going to spend money later on projects we'd planned for. So I think I want to make sure I'm understanding this right, but I think I am, that we don't want to have an expectation we'd be running like $5 million surpluses going forward necessarily.
Not even, no.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll be hearing more on this
Oh, yeah.
very topic later in the meeting.
May I make
So-
a comment? Is that?
Well, let me do that. Is there any public comment?
I have no speakers in the community hall and I have no hands raised in our virtual audience. So no
Okay.
speakers.
All right, so this is a receive and file item, but now comments.
General, two quick comments. Thank
Yeah.
you. I took a quick look at this. I always look for a clean opinion, check that box. So that's terrific. And I love the GFOA certification. The city's been doing this for years, but good financial controls are at the heart of a well-run city, which is Lafayette in my mind. And I've seen this from the outside in, so to speak. But, I really want to give kudos to you and to staff for the work done on maintaining good, strong financial controls. Part of this, I think, is honoring the voters for voting for Measure H, that we're being good stewards of their trust. And so it's just this kind of work, the nitty gritty of this very thick financial statement, that goes to show that we're on that. And I really appreciate staff for the work that you guys are doing.
Thank
So
you.
Thank you.
And I also have to give credit to the previous person in my position. It was a different name back then, but Jennifer Wakeman had set things in order. 10 years in a row of the award is exceptional. I'm keeping that moving forward.
Just to follow on, because obviously we had a little review on this with the financial committee, but I think really, if you look at this budget, I mean, what we see is it's conservative, which is exactly where we need to be, right? We are not a large city, and you can read the paper or look on a news site anytime today with there's cities all around the Bay Area and the state, they're really suffering, or whether it's CalPERS obligations or other budgets are just way out of whack. And we have a healthy reserve, and we need it because it takes one disaster, to kind of put our little town at risk. So appreciate your stewardship, your continued stewardship. I know we're going to talk about it later going forward, but this is an excellent report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very much.
And for those of you who are digging into Lafayette civic government and all that, there's a little more background information in this document than in the budget. So I would commend taking a look at this. It's not all numbers. There's also some other information in it, but it's a useful document to be familiar with. So Tim, thank you again. All right, we're on to the consent calendar. We do have one request to remove item G, and if there are no objection, we will remove that. Is there any other item that a council member would like to remove? Is there any public request, any other public request?
The one that, just that one item has been asked to be removed.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to adopt items 12A, B, C, D, E, F, and H of the consent calendar.
So moved.
One's a second here.
I'm a second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 It's unanimous. So we're on to item 14. All right, 14A, the housing element implementation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Arlie Cassidy. I'm the senior planner for the city. Louder. I'm going to do a brief introduction before turning it over to Lisa Weiss Consulting to talk about the objective design standards that do help implement the housing element. Yes, thank you. Is that better? Okay, great, thank you. So first, I want to talk about a brief reminder of what objective design standards are and how they're used. First of all, development standards, different from design standards, help regulate the general shape of development, such as height and setbacks. These are things that we already have in the code and change per land use. Design standards, on the other hand, regulate the design, architecture, and layout of a site and building. We have topics such as building massing and articulation, windows and balconies, and colors and materials. State law now requires that certain development applications be reviewed using only objective standards. No discretionary review can be required, and only the standards we already have adopted can be applied. These standards will apply to all multifamily and mixed-use development in the city. However, if a project applies for a density bonus permit, they can use concessions and waivers to avoid individual standards, including those implemented by these objective design standards. With this in mind, the DRC working group had a goal of making these objective design standards describe good design and prevent bad design without being so onerous as to push developers towards the density bonus path. To give you a quick background of this project, back in 2019, the city adopted the objective design standards for multifamily and mixed use with residential, which was known as Objective Design Standards Phase 1. In 2024 and 2025, the city adopted its sixth cycle housing element and immediately updated the general plan land use element and the zoning to align with this new housing element. Now the city is turning to phase 2 of the objective design standards to expand functionality of the existing standards and to comply with state law requiring that only objective standards be applied to ministerial review. Phase 2 process began back in June of 2025 with a joint study session involving this council, the Planning Commission, and the Design Review Commission, at which the Design Review Commission was directed to work with staff and the consultant to develop a draft ODS document. The DRC met and formed a working group, which then met with staff and Lisa Weiss Consulting 3 times this fall to create this draft ODS document you have now. On November 20th, the full DRC body met and held an open house to invite the public to comment and give feedback on the draft document. And the full body discussed the document and offered guidance to staff. The DRC made minor changes and appended the display boards you see behind me in the room to the document as it travels through its review process. I want to clarify that those boards are not proposed to be an official appendix to the actual code that it's adopted, only as we do the review. And so then the DRC voted to forward the document to the Planning Commission with a recommendation of approval. On December 15th, the Planning Commission also reviewed the document and voted to make minor changes regarding roofs and some of the images both in the document and on the boards behind me. I've noted those changes with pink sticky notes on the back. The digital version that was attached to the staff report already have those changes in them. Tonight, staff is requesting feedback from council on this draft Objective Design Standards document. No formal action is proposed at this meeting. For next steps, after the council and public give feedback to staff, staff will make updates as directed and return to council with an adoptable draft. No CEQA action is required to adopt this ODS draft, as it is an implementation step of the housing element, which has already been fully analyzed by CEQA, or under CEQA, excuse me. Once adopted, the Phase 1 ODS checklist will be replaced with a new checklist, and the Phase 2 ODS code section will be adopted into the Lafayette Municipal Code. The city will no longer use a point system for implementing this program, but instead provide a ministerial checklist for review of projects. I'll note that the Design Review Commission Chair, Glenn Cass, and Vice Chair, Richard Stanton, making up the DRC Working Group, are both here in the room with us tonight and available for questions should you have them. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Monica Sidlick and Cal Kurtz from Lisa Weiss Consulting, who will give the presentation on the draft ODS document. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlie. Good evening, Council. Cal and I are really glad to be here before you again. As Arlie mentioned, we've been working on these standards for the better part of a year, and we're happy to discuss the draft in its current form with you and receive your feedback. So, as Arlie mentioned, we've been working on this for a while with Greg and Arlie and our team, which is David, our director, and Cal and myself. And tonight we'll go through a brief presentation. We'll talk a little bit about the project background, which Arlie just went through as well, the process, and then we'll just go quickly through the standards themselves. We'll talk about the topics that are included and generally what we're aiming to do for each section of the document itself. So rewinding just very briefly, about a year ago in November, December, January of last year, we worked on the initial rezoning as the first part of the housing element implementation for the state of Lafayette. And that entailed implementing a few housing element programs to prepare just some limited rezoning. So we've got the zoning map here on the right. And now, as part of this phase 2, we're looking at design standards for those new zones that we helped develop a year ago, looking specifically at design on those, design of multifamily and mixed use development on those parcels. And we're really looking at implementing specifically one housing element program. So looking a little bit at at our process here, we kicked the project off in April. We met with you and the Planning Commission and the DRC in June. We got some great feedback and direction. We proceeded accordingly. We worked with the Design Review Committee working group. We developed a detailed draft after really getting our hands dirty and having a number of working sessions with them. Came to the community in November, again to the Planning Commission in December, and here we are with the current draft. So a recap on objective design standards, and we know that you've been through this, you already have a 3-page checklist on ODS. So the community, of course, we all know what objective design standards, why we're doing them. Just in a nutshell, we're remaining consistent with SB 330, which was effective as of January 2020, which requires a ministerial pathway for all residential and residential mixed-use projects. They remove uncertainty from the review and approval process, and most importantly, they're an opportunity for the community to identify what you want to see in design. So it's identified ahead of time, it's on paper, instead of identifying what you'd like to see throughout the process, but establish that in the code so applicants can see that ahead of time. So where will the updated objective design standards apply? They'll apply to these zones here that are outlined in red. These are the zones that we looked at, and including the new ones that we developed a year ago. So in short, these are all the areas of the city where multifamily and residential mixed-use development is supported. So how did we go about developing these objective design standards? We looked at the existing regulatory framework. So we combed through all of the general plan policies and figured out which ones are essentially our marching orders, tell us what these design standards should look like. Pardon me. What are we trying to do? What's existing guidance, thank you, that tells us what should be in these standards? We looked at the downtown specific plan, which covers a lot of the areas that we looked at in the zones that are outlined in red. And we looked at what are the standards and the guidelines in that specific plan to make sure that we remain consistent with the intent of all of that material. And we really dug through it to figure out what are the design topics and elements that are addressed, and how do we remain true to that? How do we honor these standards while also supporting the residential densities that the specific plan didn't anticipate? We looked at the downtown design guidelines. So these aren't standards, they're guidelines, but there's a lot of good content and good direction. So again, we dug deep into these to figure out how can we develop these objective design standards to do what these guidelines say to do. And they address a lot of the same topics that we typically address in objective design standards. So there's a lot of good direction there. We looked at projects. We looked at existing projects, at pipeline projects, at recently built projects. And we didn't just look at these projects, but we looked at what's been the reception. How do people like them? What's working? What's been contentious? What were the elements that were discussed during design review by the Planning Commission and by you all? What were the changes that were exacted before they were approved? To understand really the history of how the community thinks about the design of these projects. And we took a cue from all of that research. We looked at your existing ODS 3-page checklist. So that, as you know, addresses design of required open space, assigns points, looks at creekside lots, it looks at landscaping. It's limited, right? But it does cover a lot of topics. Landscaping and setbacks, pedestrian circulation, building massing and facade length and articulation, street-facing facades, and then massing. What must happen to massing as a building gets higher to upper stories. And we thought about how do we reconcile these with everything else we learned in looking at the regulatory framework and talking to the community and staff. As you recall, we were right here in June. We heard from you, but this was also, it was a joint meeting, so we heard from you and the DRC and the Planning Commission that the points aren't really working well, that there were some specific elements that you requested that we make sure to look at. You told us generally what you hope they'll do, that you're looking for a pedestrian scaled streetscape, cohesive uniform streetscape design, and we also heard less is more. Let's not overregulate. As Arlie mentioned, we had a series of meetings with the DRC working group, and we talked about all of the above. Here on this slide, we've bulleted out a few items that really were the focus of our discussion. So we looked at where buildings can be on a site. We looked at upper story step backs for all sizes of buildings and heights. We looked at articulation and what we want to require of buildings of different scale. Parking, entries, windows and balconies. We brought that at the end of that series of meetings, we had a draft, we brought it to a full DRC meeting and an open house. And we looked at and talked about all of the standards that we were recommending at that time. And we got a lot of great feedback on top of that. And on this slide, we've bulleted out the elements that we got some feedback on. And then we went back to the draft to reflect that. At Planning Commission, we looked at the draft at that time. We understood that there was a desire to encourage pitch roofs and to modify how we measure height for projects that go through this ministerial pathway, and a few other standards. So now you have the draft standards in your packet. So we'll go through very quickly the parts of that. So it starts out. I should mention it. As Arlie mentioned, this is designed to slip right into the code. So it won't be an outside document standalone, but it's part of the municipal code, the zoning code. So we'll slide it into the code in as chapter 6-39, and then go through the numbered format as your code, follow the format of the code. We start out with purpose statements. We worked on these with as part of the whole process, but generally speaking, we're talking about what we want to see and what the community values. The last one is, of course, support allowed densities. So that goes back to what's new to the code here. We're looking at these 60 dwelling unit per acre zones, and that's really, we have to make sure that we're not only supporting, but facilitating development of that scale and density. So coming right out of the Planning Commission meeting, the feedback we got was that, hey, look, the way we measure building height doesn't sort of, there's an incentive against pitch roofs. So for these projects, let's discount sloped roof, the height of a sloped roof form. In that way, sort of not disincentivizing pitched roofs. So that is a change that we've slipped into this the roof form section of the ODS. Okay, so building massing. How do we want to break up chunks of buildings so that they feel more pedestrian scale, and there's more light and shadow and relief at the facade? It comes down to building pedestrian comfort and building interest, visual interest. So for buildings up to 3 stories, a recess, a minimum of 10 feet deep, is required every 50 feet. And then for buildings that are longer, over 175 feet in length, and up to 3 stories, we have a required publicly accessible open space. And for buildings of this length that are over 4 stories, a few more requirements. Is generally speaking, it was a balance between supporting so ensuring enough relief at the street frontage while not introducing what would be considered too many constraints on a building of that scale. Looking a little bit closer in at building articulation, again, we have standards based on building height and scale. So for buildings up to 3 stories, every 25 feet, and for buildings over 3 stories, every 15 feet, we've got a menu of building articulation features that we'd like to see on all street-facing facades. Looking at horizontal building articulation, we have standards that address building base. Again, a menu of elements that ensure building visual interest and elements that bring down the massing and the bulk of the feel of the building. For upper story step backs, we retained an existing requirement in your current ODS for stepping back the 3rd story. It's 80% of the ground floor area. And so we kept that going forward. We introduced standards for roof variation to prevent long and boring and unchanging roof lines. Different standards based on different roof forms, essentially. Introducing specific standards for specific elements where appropriate. When we have abutting high-density multifamily projects, privacy is a concern, so we introduce standards related to interior side and rear elevation, visibility into living spaces. And then looking at residential mixed-use buildings, we have a section that focuses on non-residential ground floor elevations to ensure ample transparency and visual interest in character and pedestrian comfort, really. So the standards, so we've got transparency and then also a limit on blank walls and required features that an applicant can use to minimize blank walls. Windows were a big topic in many of the meetings that we've had over the last several months. So we looked at the percentage of fenestration. We looked at allowed size of glass surfaces on building facades, building elevations. And we looked at window design and options for window design to prevent essentially windows that look poor in quality and that are flush with the surface, to ensure that windows lend character to a building. We took a close look at the range, the palette of building materials that we feel that the community feels are appropriate for Lafayette buildings. We talked about a whole range of materials and came up with a list of permitted materials for primary and secondary, and a list of prohibited materials as well. And then we took a look at colors and we thought about different ways of regulating color. We looked at light reflecting value. We looked at hue saturation value. We tested out different ways of regulating colors so that we honor the intent of a little bit less is more, but also trying to put our finger on, where do we really draw the line? We looked at site design. So we looked at when there's surface parking, which is, we wouldn't expect a lot of surface parking for new multifamily mixed-use development, but when there is surface parking, we have standards for visibility and location. And then structured parking, whether upper story or ground floor, we looked at standards to limit visibility, where we would require surface parking or structured parking to be stepped back and sort of lined with active uses, and how much do we really want surface parking to be visible from any abutting right-of-way. And lastly, connectivity and landscaping. There's a lot of content about site design and landscaping in existing guidelines and standards. So we ensured that where parcels abut creeks, the site design capitalizes on this and ensures access and visibility. And then we kept some of the standards in the 3-page ODS document and carried those forward in terms of percent of landscaping and rounded it out as we thought appropriate. And that's the quick look through all of the standards in your packet. And I'll turn the presentation back over to Arlie.
That's actually everything we have. So we're happy to answer any questions you have before you move to your consideration.
Okay, well, thank you very much for all your work on this and on the presentation. Special thanks to Commissioners Cass and Stanton for all that you've done on this and for being with us tonight. We really appreciate it. Okay, we'll do questions, then we'll get public comment, and then we'll bring it back for discussion among the council members. So questions?
Right. So, yes, I have plenty of comments on, it, but just a question to start. And thank you very much for the hard work, and clearly you put a lot of thought into it. I just want to know, because I think we're going to have some discussion, just anticipating what's going on with the public comment about roof lines and pitched roofs and how important those are. And I can appreciate, I think you putting in lack of penalty. You kind of made it frictionless as far as they can do a pitched roof or not. Did you have any consideration to like encourage pitch roofs? I guess I didn't see that part. I saw the first half, which is great. Like you're not penalized for it. But was there any talk, or I'd like maybe you can talk about your thought process about, encouraging it, requiring it, you making it important over a certain number of stories, or maybe you can just speak to that a little bit. So I think it might be helpful as we go forward with public comment.
I can take that. So the original draft of this document that went to the full DRC coming out of working group had kind of the broad outline of the restrictions on roofs, or the regulations required for roofs, with no change in how we view height. And so it was called attention that this would in fact penalize anyone that built a pitched roof because of the way we define height here in Lafayette, which generally takes an average of the tallest roof forms. And so a flat roof would be judged to have a lower roof than one with a pitched roof. And so when this point was brought up during public comment at the Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission did feel that penalization should not take place, and had the consultant and staff reword how height is considered within this document only, not broadly across the entire zoning code. And so that what you have before you is the answer to the Planning Commission's request. No discussion was made by the Planning Commission to further support pitched roofs by providing an incentive of any kind for that type of roof, or no decision was discussed of completely removing flat roofs, which was also presented by the commenter. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I guess we could talk about more in comments, I guess, to understand the pros and cons of that, but that's fine. So you
did not originally bring a proposal to incentivize pitched roofs.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, follow-up question to that. If we were to revise the standards to require a pitched roof on buildings more than 2 stories, what are the pitfalls of doing that? What are the unintended consequences, possible unintended consequences?
Our primary concern with that is that limiting the allowed roof forms would likely be considered a constraint, an onerous constraint. By limiting the allowed, we want to make sure that these standards support and facilitate development up to 60 dwelling units per acre. And by doing so, it's an obligation on the part of the applicant that they would likely be considered, considered a constraint, essentially. We are not inclined to make the standard so onerous.
I just have to
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, but Town Center 3 is about 75 dwelling units per acre. Is that correct? And it has a pitched roof. So, I mean, we've done that in Lafayette. We've got a development pitched roof with 75 dwelling units per acre. So do you still think that would be?
It's certainly possible. Yes. So there are projects with a variety of roof forms, and you'll find them. But when we look at projects that have been considered feasible in the region, there's a lot of flat roofs out there.
Oh, no, I guess that's not the question of what we're getting at. I mean, I understand there's a lot of flat roofs. I'm saying if we decide that Lafayette retains its character more with pitched roofs, which several of our larger building, actually all of our larger buildings are pitch roofed. When we require it and it's possible to do, how could that be considered limiting developments? Clearly, we're limiting style, but that's what objective design standards are meant to be, unless we're completely misunderstanding the assignment.
If I could add, pitched roofs can offer a significant cost increase because they are trusses. That's a big added cost to the developer. Of course, the developer may elect to do that because they may, for design reasons, prefer that architectural style. But just with modern construction, most of the time, or quite frequently, a developer will say that being forced to put up a pitched roof would add a significant cost to the design of the building. And as Monica mentioned, our intent with these design standards is to be accommodating so that a developer will elect to do the objective design standards instead of saying, I want to use design review so that I can get, a longer process or have to go and do a density bonus and then avoid all of these standards.
Okay, so then I guess I have a follow-up question for the city attorney, which you do not need to answer now, but if you could look up, is that kind of potentially adding cost? Well, is there any case law on this particular question? And you don't need to answer now.
I don't have an answer for you now. I could look into that.
Okay, thank you very much.
So just to follow up then, just to not to beat the pitch group, I'm anticipating we're going to get a lot of questions. So I want to kind of get your thoughts out there so the public can reflect on that. Because to me, there's a notion of there's the true pitched roof where we have, they come to a point, but for very large buildings, that's not going to make sense because if you're a very large building, your pitched roof is going to be multi-stories, but you could still, I'm assuming architecturally have a characteristic that looks like that looks like a roof, but in fact, behind it, it's flat for the most efficient construction, especially on large buildings. Is that something that would be within an appropriate thing to encourage? I mean, this is where it's a challenging, right? Because I think, would we want to say that every building has to have a pitched roof, but it'd be nice to certainly encourage or give options. Maybe you can just speak to that before we.
Yeah, so if it were the type of building that is flat with like a pitched roof form on the edge, right? Then that portion of the form that is above the flat roof would be excluded from, how height is measured for that building. So in that sense, there's no penalty for doing that. And in fact, there would be the developer might consider it to be an incentive in that the community would be more welcoming of that design and the decision-making bodies, and one could assume that there would be more goodwill among the community. So in that sense, yes, there's an incentive. But if what you're asking is, what we're trying to get away from points, right? So saying, oh, you get more points for this versus that. We're trying to make it a little bit simpler, and to not penalize pitched roofs. That said, we do know that it's more expensive, it's more complicated, and we are wary of requiring something that is more difficult for the developer.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Just to add a few considerations, what you're describing is very similar to a mansard roof, where there's a flat roof, but then kind of a wrapping of a roof-like pitch element. That would potentially provide some benefits. One downside, Mayor and Dury, to a pitched roof is that these days, larger buildings especially put a lot of equipment on the roof. A flat roof makes that very easy, a pitched roof near impossible. And so if that equipment is not on the roof, it's somewhere on the ground floor, and it often is making a lot of noise next to someone's window. So that's something that would add difficulty to site planning, especially as we're looking at more and more buildings next to each other, and especially going vertical, where sound echoes more. So a mansard roof would provide a good answer to that concern. one other thing to think about is as the city does increase in height, especially along the freeway, these taller buildings are going to have views of each other's roofs. So if our main concern is the view from Mount Diablo, which are kind of our scenic corridor, our main downtown boulevard, that might hide most of that equipment. If we want to be more concerned or increasingly concerned about what people see from each other's apartments and roof decks and things like that, then it might be less attractive to have a mansard roof. So there's pros and cons to all of these types. It's just something to keep in mind as we progress.
If I can add on to that, thank you for pointing that out, that the zones that support these higher density residential projects that we have in mind, the up to 60 dwelling units per acre, none of them are on Mount Diablo Boulevard, right? They're behind between the highway and then halfway up that block. So this effect that we're concerned about would not be visible from Mount Diablo Boulevard or the first half of the block going north, right?
Well, just to clarify here, between Mount Diablo Boulevard and that 60 zone, what is now 35, it is possible to come in with a bonus project. But if you come in with the density bonus, you're not subject to these anyway, right?
You are still subject
Okay.
to the zoning. However, density bonus state law allows for the developer to seek concessions and waivers. So those waivers could be used to waive one or more of the objective standards that are currently being developed. Yeah.
Okay. But just point out that you can be, well, a lot more dense along Mount Diablo than 35 with the
Density bonus.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And again, I think again, just to anticipate the kind of we're still in question marks. I don't want to change too much. I am just kind of just curious. So you took the feedback from the December meeting where I mean, and this just the postulating that the pitched roof has a little more charming feel than flat roofs, which tend to be, I think, can be a little more urban looking. And the idea was just to kind of eliminate any sort of negative consequence, but not do any sort of positive prescription, right? But you're saying, but we could potentially put something in, and still probably meet the spirit of objective design standards, if we could prescribe mansard roofs, or maybe of buildings over 3 stories or 4 stories. I mean, I just want to make sure I don't want to be doing stuff that's going to just completely get us into be unenforceable.
I think in the end, that's going to be a question for Mala as to what the litigious possibilities are of being more specific about what kind of roof we want to have, especially as some roofs cost more to build. So if we were to say only pitched roofs are allowed under this document, nothing else, that's a lot harder of a line than to perhaps offer some smaller incentive. But again, that's shadings of the same question. So I think Mala's answer to Mayor Andre's earlier question will help inform that discussion.
All right, I think let's move on. Thank you.
I just want to step back for a general picture of this in a way. I don't know if I'm thinking about this the right way or not, but these objective design standards are sort of our opening bid, perhaps. So if someone's a developer coming in and they want to get expedited processing, they follow this, they go through the TSA pre-line, so to speak. I mean, that's kind of how it would work. If a developer had an issue with the mansard roof or the roofing, the gabled roof, it was a really onerous issue for them, so to speak. They could say, well, we're not going to do that. We're going to go through design review, the longer line, but they could still do that. And maybe through that process, they could work their way to a solution from their perspective that would work better for them. Am I thinking of this the right way?
Yeah, I'm glad you called that out. It's great to make that extra clear here. What we're describing with the ODS document is a pathway that we have to have under state law, which is an objective review. So under applications such as SB 35, where you are not allowed to have a discretionary hearing, the pathway has to be a yes or no checklist. So we as planners will review these projects. I believe our code, our ordinance does require that the applicant would come to a body, but would not be able to have discretionary review. So we'd have to review these projects with a checkbox, and we'd have to be able to answer every question, every design standard with a yes or no answer. That's really what the full weight of objectivity means here. And so if we have that pathway, we are allowed to enforce those standards, but any developer can say, I don't want to go through that pathway and go back to our normal discretionary review. And that pathway is still open, and we can still do discretionary review if they opt out of this faster review process. We just have to have it. In addition, if they don't like our normal zoning code requirements, they can apply for a variance, and that would be additional discretionary review for that. Doesn't mean we grant it, but they can apply for it.
And all I would add to that is we also have to be able to say, sort of with a straight face, that the discretionary path does facilitate development, the allowed development scale and density by right. So we need to say with confidence that we're not creating a narrow path that would lead applicants to not use that path.
So in the end, again, I'm trying to frame this in my mind here with the objective design standards. We're sort of we're tilting the playing field, so to speak, in a direction where we want them to play. So let's say it's gabled roofs. We could do that. They could opt, let's say they decide, no, we'd rather have a barbecue pit on the top floor with view Mount Diablo. If I can't do that with a mansard roof, then I'm going to just maybe go through design review and get what I want that way. I mean, the developer could do that. Although we've kind of we'd be offering them an easy path if we said, look, gabled roof, you go to the front of the line, but they could just opt not to do that, I take it, right?
The additional wrinkle, yes, they can choose which of those pathways they want to go through. We have to offer the objective pathway. We don't have to require it, and we don't require it. It's an option for the developer. They can choose the normal discretionary review should they choose. The additional wrinkle is that across all of these pathways, any application can also do a density bonus application. And if they're providing those density bonus units, they are allowed to request a certain number of incentives or concessions and additional waivers. And those waivers would apply to our normal zoning as well as these objective standards. And so should they opt to submit an additional density bonus application on top of their normal application, then a lot of these can be waived away.
Just to clarify on that, they can put in a density bonus application under the objective pathway, but say we're going to use our concessions to strike X, Y, and Z. Okay, thank you.
And, Director Greg Wolf and I were speaking about this in the past, and some applicants have submitted density bonus applications simply for the concessions and waivers without even using the additional bonus of density granted by state law. We don't think that will occur much in the future. The development playing field is changing, but the concessions and waivers are powerful enough to be their own incentive for applying. So again, back to what I said in my introduction, the goal of this document is to avoid bad design, encourage good design, but not be so onerous that every applicant immediately automatically does a density bonus application and kind of gets a get out of jail free card for a lot of these standards. We're kind of thread that needle.
Yeah, thank you. This is really excellent work and very, very interesting. I have a couple questions. One was about the need for utility materials, boxes, functions, HVAC, et cetera, on the top of buildings. I was just looking at Town Center 3 aerial view right here, and I had no idea. This is a building that's been described, I think, favorably by many public commenters. I think many of us think it's an attractive, well-built building. And it's interesting because it has, I mean, I don't know if maybe maybe Planning Director Wolf could put it on screen, or It's a flat roof, but they've managed to cloak it. Actually, the 1001 doing, yeah, 1001 doing. Are you able to project, or, I mean, I have my iPad. But
I don't believe I'm currently
can I just put it?
able to.
You can just try. I just want to find out what.
We'll give it a try.
This looks like a mansard roof. So a mansard roof is structurally a flat roof. And then along the edge, the facade of the building, there's a section of a pitched roof. Sometimes, I mean, I would guess this one is somewhere between 5 and 10 feet long. It's at an angle. And so from the ground floor or from outside looking up, you see the edge of that pitched roof, but you typically don't have as a good angle to see that it doesn't continue. So there we go right there. The general
85 to 90% of the roof is flat.
Right. And so there's equipment up there. There could be solar up there. There's a usable roof for a lot of things. But someone standing on the ground is going to see a pitched roof.
And this is a mansard?
This is a
style, you say? Okay. Okay.
I think it's also notable, you're looking at Lafayette Mercantile, which has a similar, which has also been mentioned
It's a much
favorably.
deeper, taller mansard, but
Yeah.
still the flat roof in the center.
So is that generally the form for most of the buildings that we're speaking of as having pitched roofs in Lafayette, the larger ones? They might really be mansard?
We have not surveyed them, but it's quite possible. I mean, I'm looking at these. I actually didn't know. I haven't zoomed in on the Mercantile. I didn't know there was a flat mansard or flat roof behind the mansard. I thought it was a full pitched roof. My ignorance there.
Right.
But it clearly has a benefit. This is I would venture to guess that many developers want that equipment on the roof. So that's what the benefit is there.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. My question was going to be, where did they hide the equipment of this building? And then I looked at it online here in the aerial and I see, well, it's on the roof where you said they'd like to have it. But it's a really nice, a nice implementation. Certainly very, very attractive from the ground level. So I have a couple other questions, I think. Bear with me for a second. So, I'm wondering, do these standards apply to the duplex and faith-based organization multifamily zones?
They do. They apply everywhere where multifamily or mixed use is a permitted use, is permitted by right. Yeah, so there were a few, like the MRO, the MRA, a few scattered sites, the faith-based sites. Yeah.
Okay. And for the duplex ones, I mean, those are going to be, I think, smaller scale buildings. The lots are much smaller. Do these standards work for
That's some
smaller duplex building?
That's something we talked a lot about with the Design Review Commission Working Group. And we determined that we wanted to be silent on the smaller scale, the townhome configuration of buildings. And the preference was for these standards to really try to address the larger scale buildings.
Okay.
With the understanding that, I think that the staff is anticipating that generally new multifamily development will not take that form, and that there hasn't been essentially a concern with the design of those sort of mid-scale and small-scale buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted to clarify, is there only one secondary material and color permitted with these standards? I thought I saw something on one of the slides come through that looked like that, but when I read the document, I interpreted it as secondary could be 12 secondary materials or colors. Or any number, not literally 12.
Yeah, we don't have anything about accent colors, but there is not a limit that there's one only. That's not the case.
Okay, it's
the intent is to prevent a building that is just all one material and color, which is why we reference primary and secondary, but we don't limit the number for the, yeah.
okay. Okay, so you could have multiple secondaries.
Yeah, certainly.
Right, okay. Also wanted to ask you, there was in the privacy section, a diagram that in one of the earlier versions described a 30-degree angle minimum. And it was removed, and I wanted to ask why.
When was that removed?
That was removed, I believe, after the planning commission hearing. They requested to remove it. They felt that it would not adequately provide privacy.
And is it possible for you to tell me on this diagram how to interpret it to see where that 30% or 30-degree rather was? Like which feature of the,
It was the angle of it was sort of like the plan view of a bay window. So it was, you think of like, a bay window being shallow versus deep. It had to be deep enough that the windows on the side were at enough of an angle that they weren't directly looking at the neighbors.
okay. And so now then, what is the standard? I mean, is this diagram accurate anymore?
Well, yeah, it's sill height. Basically, it's there's got to be a minimum sill height or translucent or frosted glazing. We just took that out as an option. Yeah, we took that third option out
Okay.
at the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Okay, sorry, I guess I'm still not clear. Are bay windows now not allowed or?
No, not at all. They're certainly allowed. It's just that alone wouldn't satisfy the requirement, the privacy requirement.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Going back to the map and the question on the duplex, when you commented on the map and where these would be applied, it was kind of only shown the color ones. You circled those in red. Could you go back to that
Yeah,
picture? Okay, I was just making sure that the Bart lots and Deer Hill are in it. And I'm not seeing that. And De Silva, right? De Silva is in,
over here. Yeah.
but I'm not, I want to make sure that these colors, because the colors get kind of muddled. The Bart lots and then Deer Hill, if for some reason that goes away, we want to make sure that these apply to the Deer Hill site, right? If it comes back. So I just want to make sure that those are included. Don't we? Yeah, I think. Okay, we don't have to make that comment yet. I just want, was there a reason why maybe those were excluded?
Those lots,
Certainly.
So on this map, you can see that in a moment, all of the bright colors that are where the ODS would apply are within the downtown, which is all south of the freeway. So Deer Hill and the Bart lots on this zoning map are in an R district, which means that single family residential district, which means that these standards would not apply to them.
That's not true. So how do we, I mean,
No.
at least for the Bart lot, right?
Yeah, I thought it was said that these apply to multifamily
Right.
houses throughout the city, no matter what the
These
zoning.
apply to zones where multifamily is permitted by right, which would be a multifamily district. So I'm wondering if this map is out of
Yeah, well, the Bart lots are clearly
right.
included.
And then if we somehow get roped into SB 79,
We need to have these.
we want to make sure that we get this right.
Yep. That's very
And-
important.
And rather than limit it to a geography, we can state that they are applicable to multifamily projects.
Okay.
Irrespective
That-
of
Okay, so
location.
that's
Okay.
our solution. We don't need anything more on that now. That's what
We don't, okay.
we need to do.
Super duper. Then I've got a couple of other questions. So under the massing, under C2, there is, I guess I don't understand that is the 50 feet minimum dimension. It seems like all of these dimensions should have a a width and a depth and not just one. And that applies to a couple of the other ones too. That's only, it says like 10 feet deep. Don't we have a minimum width as well? Or was there a reason why it's not included?
Yes, we can certainly add a required width of the public accessible open
Okay,
space.
great.
or of
There's
the
no reason that it wasn't
access.
included.
Yeah.
Perfect. Excellent. And then I didn't see anything about bike spaces in terms of the parking. And I'm just wondering if that was intentional and if it's covered somewhere else, or do we need to include it in these?
Required bicycle parking, off-street parking, parking spaces and facilities are addressed in it's chapter 6-6. It's the code's off-street parking chapter.
Great.
There's a section on bikes, the bike parking there.
And we don't need any objective design standards to make sure it's pretty. Just question, I'm just asking. Yeah. No? Okay, we could add them if we wanted to. I guess that would be the thought.
Why
Yeah, if we need to look back at the design of the secured spaces, the location, and see if there's a need. In our working group meetings, we determined that there was no need for design standards beyond what's already in the code.
Okay. Great.
Can I just say, in the comment section, I think we should come back to this, so please do, because we're hoping to design a downtown in which many people will be riding their bicycle, coming down to the park theater, parking, going to lunch, and then, so we're going to have multiples of bike parking spaces of what we have now. And yeah, I think, well, let's revisit that.
Perfect. Okay.
And
yeah.
I'm going to correct something I said earlier. So if we look at 63902 applicability, so when we developed these, yes, we looked at the zones where multifamily and mixed use is allowed by right. But as we say on page 1 here, the design standards in this chapter apply to all multifamily and mixed use development in the city, regardless of where it is. If it ends up on an R10 zone, yes, they apply.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good.
Helpful. So between the last meeting, the PC meeting and this one, sorry, the window, the sill and the apron one went away. And so I was just wondering why it went away.
I don't have the previous copy of it, so I don't recall the sill and apron being on the previous copy, but I will say that we had discussions with the DRC working group about this, and we elected based on their advice and their knowledge of construction in Lafayette to not include those. So just to be clear, that does not mean that a sill and an apron are prohibited. Of course, a developer could put those and often will put those just for good window design, just for the longevity of the window. It's just not a requirement to meet our window design standards.
Okay, thank you. One more, we removed, this is under the entry design. I guess on the prior revision, it says we took out or the center entry, we took out it's centered within a symmetric overall feature. And that one was taken out from the prior one. But when I'm looking at a lot of the ones where you've got these new building entrances with these little, cutouts and stuff like that, the way you've got the pictures here, the entry would be in a recess. And so I think maybe we do need to keep that one back in, or was there another reason why that was taken out? And are we sure that we needed to take that out?
Yeah, I can respond to that. So we did take it out. The concern was, and it's sort of an interim review of the working document, is that the wording was insufficiently objective, that maybe overall feature was there was a measure of subjectivity. As it is now, that is one of a list of options.
Sure.
So, so yes, a building entry could be located in a recess, but that would never be like a requirement, right? Based on the way these are spelled out and listed as options.
Okay, thank you. One more time, just a couple of quick ones. On the non-residential ground floor design, you say a facade, any facade between 2 and 7 feet. And I was, I was wondering, can you give me an example of what a facade 2 feet is? I mean, like,
Yeah.
what's the vision there?
Yeah. So if you flip to the next page, there's an illustration that describes the intent of that standard. We're saying that non-residential ground floor spaces have to have a measure of transparency so you know what you're walking past, right? It doesn't have to be transparent way down by your feet, and it doesn't have to be transparent above where you can see, but between 2 and 7 feet, you want to be able to see what a certain percentage of that should be legible.
Okay, so maybe it's the description I didn't understand. Okay. When you're saying that you want to have the transparency between 2 feet height and 7 feet of height.
That's where you want the transparency to be, in
okay.
that range.
I just, maybe the wording, maybe, I'll look at it.
Okay.
That again. Be tough. And then last ones, and the building materials and colors, on 2C, it says natural or cultured stone, but then there's the comment of the building base only. So why do we have that building base only for that one?
Yeah, so we would do, it's my latest. We would delete those lines so that it's not repeated. On
Secondary materials.
Yeah,
2C.
2H, we would delete that. We would also delete 2C.
Oh, okay.
Or
no, keep
base,
2C, but get rid of the building.
Yeah, because we're also allowing because at some point we determined that, let's allow natural and cultured stone to be a primary building material. In that case, it wouldn't be only for the building base. So we would get rid of that parenthetical.
Excellent, thank you. And then you're also getting rid of 2H because concrete's in there twice.
Indeed, yeah.
Got it, just making sure. That's my question.
Okay, is it, oh, please.
Sorry about that. I had just a couple other ones I wanted to get to once we got past the mansard roofs. Publicly accessible open space. I'd like to understand that better. So if it's up to 3 stories, it's 800 square feet, which is like an 8 by 10 room. It's like a kid's bedroom. It's not a whole lot. And larger if it's 4 stories or more. Where does that go? How does that, I'm trying to understand like what the purpose of this is and because it's not a whole lot of space. That'd be helpful to understand.
Yes, I'll answer that. So all of our dimensions for the publicly accessible open space, also for the common open space, those were all items that we actually measured, various open spaces that you have. And so the reason, for example, for the 600 square feet, that is specifically because we see a pattern within your downtown of these terraces, these open spaces where, outside of a restaurant, there are terraces. So we wanted to include those as forms of publicly accessible open space that could meet that, that are allowed, that we are accounting for. So that's why that, that square footage is so small. But there are other ones as well. You mentioned the common open space, having a minimum dimension of 50 square feet. We want to make sure that we're not allowing for common open space that may be called that, but is not functional, that can't be used by the residents. So all of the dimensions, you mentioned another one. Yeah, all of the dimensions that we included were all specific to, I apologize, I couldn't remember what the third one was that you said, but they were all ones that we found and use those dimensions specifically.
So it could be a bench outside a restaurant. That's public open space. Is that what this could translate into?
Yeah. So thinking about the required open space for smaller buildings up to 3 stories, we wanted them to be used, right? We want the space to be built out, right? We don't want to cut in too much to the buildable area on the site, and we want the space to be used. So for that scale of building, having a vast open space is less likely to be used. If it feels a little more crowded, a little cozier, it enhances the continuity of the pedestrian activity, so that it's very intentional. And then when it comes to the larger spaces, like just the one where the open space is elevated, it can be larger. It doesn't necessarily have to be at the ground level. Common open space, it's a little bit more flexible, and it should be the building on 1001 Oak Ave, right? So we looked at that as an example for how common open space could.
Okay, so the idea here, this is really the streetscape experience.
Yeah, there's
trying
two
to
different
enhance
things
that.
here. Yeah.
Okay, okay. And then later on, this is non-residential ground floor, there's different design features about landscaping.
Uh-huh.
You know, having a certain percentage of 50% of wall space and so on. I was thinking about this in the context of fire safety in zone 0. So is what we're talking about here putting plantings right up against a building? Is that the concept of the idea behind landscaping and all this? Because I think this, I don't know, we're just conscious of like fire safety in zone 0, and this I would think would cut against that.
Is there a specific standard or section that you're looking at? Are we looking at the landscaping section?
Yeah, so, sorry, this is like page 11.
11, okay.
63910, C, 2C, that's one. And there's another one, 63914, fencing and screening. It might be a better one, actually. B in the subpart B.
So
Multifamily.
for
Yeah, to talk about fence or hedge, minimum of 6 feet in height along shared property line. Again, these are, we're just conscious of fire safety issues, and maybe it's something to look at, but because the position maybe all this is moving to is like some sort of zone 0. So anything within that 0 to 5 foot space could be problematic in the future. I just put that out there, maybe something to think about. So.
okay.
And
I'd also add that maybe along the streetscape in the front of buildings, required landscaping, that doesn't necessarily need to be in the ground, right? They can be movable pots or planters.
okay. Great. Thank you for all your work on this.
Okay, I have a number of questions too. Is it possible to have different standards for different districts? I'm going back to our downtown design guidelines, and we have a special thing for Brown Avenue, for example. Could we require pitched roofs only on Brown Avenue and not elsewhere? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's possible.
Okay. And is it possible to put in these guidelines a requirement that if a property is on one of the major streets, Mount Diablo Boulevard, Moraga Road, First Street, that and also on another street, that the entrance to the garage or the curb cut can only be on the secondary street? Can we require that? Yes? Okay. Great. And one of the things that's going to be more important as we move forward with our downtown design is providing space between the front of the building and the curb. And is there anything that we can do in the objective design standards to require a building to be a certain number of feet from one of our main streets?
So it sounds as though you're talking about the setback from the front property line or any street facing property line.
Yeah, I'm thinking just specifically of the curb, even an existing curb. If you
Okay.
looked at properties that are being built now, you probably noticed one that's right on a 4-foot sidewalk.
Mhm.
And we can't, if there's any way we can avoid that happening again, we want to do it. And I'm just wondering if the objective design standards can somehow be a way to do that.
Well, so typically, we talk about design standards sort of picking up where the development standards leave off, right? So the development standards are the basics. They're height, density, and setback. And the setback is counted from the front or all the property lines. And when you're talking about a property line along a right of way, that's typically at the back of sidewalk. So building placement and minimum setback is counted from the sidewalk. So what we're not doing with the objective design standards is going into the development standards by zone in the code and modifying those. We're keeping those as is. But I understand what you're saying. Based on the width of the sidewalk, the distance from the curb, who knows what that is, because it's not a function of where the property line is.
Right.
Right. So if we were to do that, we'd have to be very careful. What does that mean in terms of, does it get in the way of that setback requirement? And that's not something I know offhand. We'd have to.
I'll just leave that as a
Okay.
question. We come back to.
Yeah, because I have that in my comments actually trying to, we were talking about the public open space. I would actually be more interested in having like just a broader facade, which may equate to wider sidewalks in the front, generally speaking, versus some sort of carve out. I mean, not to anticipate my comment later, but that was kind of my question as well. I mean, thinking about this square footage that way versus really a broader walking, biking area in front, the entire front, that's much more interesting and much more conducive to semi-rural, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, so we'll come back to that in the comments. But that's a critical item for our downtown. Okay, now just need some clarification. You've got the boards back here and you provided us with the handout. Well, I guess the copy of the boards updated. So what is the intent? Is it correct that there will be no appendix to this code section, right? I mean, is there?
It was staff's understanding that at the special DRC meeting that had the open house, that the DRC was instructing staff to append the digital copy of these boards to the staff report as the ODS went through the approval process, so that these future meetings could see and understand what the boards held, because they're a very succinct and visual summary of what the document has. We did not understand them to mean that the digital copy of the boards should be adopted as part of the code, which is what the ODS document will do in the future.
Okay, so we can talk about that when we get to our discussion.
Absolutely.
Okay, and let's see. Now, we've gotten a fairly extensive public comment from Elliot Hudson, who's here this evening, and he'll be speaking. And I just want to ask you, so he'll have a chance to address it if he does speak. He's added a number of new language in the draft ordinance. Under the purpose, he's added language that grounds these objective standards in the city's mission statement, particularly the part of the mission statement that refers to small town, downtown, and semi-rural ambiance. And then at the beginning of each section, he's put in a sort of a rationale for why we're doing it. For example, under 63904 building massing, adding an intro that says a key attribute of semi-rural ambience is avoiding a feeling of being crowded by buildings and maintaining a broad open sky. So providing background for why we're doing this. Is that something, I mean, I'd just like to get your take on that so he can address it when he speaks. I mean, what do you think about that sort of approach? Because I could, just as a general matter, I can understand providing more context. I wonder though, in the context of objective design standards, if it's not a good idea to provide that subjective background. I'm just interested in your thoughts on that.
In general, I would say we want to make the purpose statements concise and to the point, and we want to say what we want, right? And we're focused more in terms of the purpose statements, we're leaving that largely up to the staff. We're focused on objective language and objective standards. So the sort of introductory language, I would say, is not. I mean, we might want a definition of the word ambiance. I don't know. I would say we're focusing our attention on the design standards themselves and making sure that they're in the spirit of concise set of purpose statements.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions before we go to public comment?
My apologies for jumping in and out of this, but I realize there's one last question I want to have, and this is actually relates to the boards, I think. Fenestration. So we've got windows, and there's a nice graphic you've got here on, this is the Town Center 3, 25% fenestration okay. 718 Lafayette Circle, 35% okay. And then this other building, which I don't know where it is, Walnut Creek maybe, 60% or more not okay. How is that derived? I mean, where does it sort of like, why is like 25% okay and 60% not okay? I mean, is there like I'm really totally a newbie on this one, but where does that come from?
So that exploration came out of discussions with the DRC working group. We looked at a lot of images. We looked at different buildings. The idea was, okay, let's look at a couple of buildings and just sort of draw it out, draw the polygons and calculate it, see what's there. We'll talk about it. And then just for the purposes of the presentation, insert a couple to demonstrate what we're looking at and what we're thinking. And then draft a standard that learns from that. So there isn't. I'm sorry to finish answering your question. There's no right answer, right? And every community will have a different threshold for how much fenestration is really right for a building in the mixed use and multifamily parts of that city. But that's out of some discussion. That's what we recommended at that time.
So this is like a beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and we back into the percentage. That's kind of the rubric here. So it could have been 50% or 40 or whatever, but okay. And I gather, so this is the residential side. On the commercial side, it's very different because to Councilmember Candel's comment earlier, there's a certain view you want to have inside a commercial operation. So we're treating those very differently, I guess.
Ground floor non-residential would be different.
Ground floor non-residential. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Public comment.
Just taking my. Okay, we do have public comments. Our first speaker will be Elliot Hudson, followed by Rob Lavoie and Libby Henry. So those are our first three. Be prepared.
Libby has her hand up. Yeah.
Good evening, Elliot Hudson. We spent a lot of time in the council comments talking about the trees. I want to step back and talk about the forest again. The reality that is, this is it. This really is it. I started working on Lafayette's character back in 2008 concerning the downtown specific plan. And then there was a housing element, and now the new general plan. It all comes down to this tonight. Because if you don't make Lafayette what the mission statement says, what Lafayette residents want it to be tonight, a small town community with semi-rural ambiance, that's it. It will never come back. So before you give that away, look very hard at whether that's the only alternative you have and the only thing that you can do. We've heard about, well, the other reality is these proposed standards were not drafted with semi-rural ambiance in mind. What you saw up there on the purpose slide, where that was the first bullet point, they didn't write that. That didn't get into that position until 3 days before the Design Review Commission meeting, when it was pointed out that it was at the bottom. The pictures that are in these standards and that they showed you tonight with those nice pitched roofs, that's not what they wrote. The ones they wrote had one pitched roof at the very end. So there's been some massaging here to make this sound like semi-rural ambiance and allegiance to the mission standards was part of this drafting process, and that's not true. What's true is what these boards tell you about the process they went through and the goals that they have with each one of the elements that they've designed. And there isn't one word about the mission statement, small town, semi-rural ambiance in any of them, not one single word. If you wrote these standards and gave it to an architecture class that with an assignment to design semi-rural objective design standards, you get an F because they aren't. The reality is exactly what I said in the video, and thank you all for taking the time to watch it. This lets you build Walnut Creek. This is a design handbook for Walnut Creek, for flat roofs, for urban glass, for materials of stucco and concrete and cinder block that have nothing to do with what this town wants to be. Lafayette residents have worked for decades to protect the nature, the character of this town for decades, and they've been consistent. The town took a horrible wrong turn in 2019 with the design standards that it's had since then. And every building you've got in the downtown, every single residential building in the downtown since then is a flat roof with urban glass that has nothing to do with what residents want this town to be. So tonight, you either stand with Lafayette or you turn your back on it. And that's the bottom line. You 5 people, tonight, you either say, we are going to build a town that Lafayette residents love, or we're going to say goodbye forever, because that's how these towns disappear. They don't disappear all at once. They disappear one damn building at a time. And if you adopt standards that allow that, that is exactly what's going to happen. So I don't want to hear about what developers say they want. Developers will say whatever gives them the extra 5% or 3% on their profit margin. They act like a pitched roof is something out of the unheard of. You can't do it. Nonsense. We've got pitched roofs all over this town. And everything built in Walnut Creek until they abandoned their own design standards had pitched roofs. Every residence gets built in this town has a pitched roof. How many flat roof residences are there? Well, a few, I guess, but not very many. They say developers might not want to build them because they're more expensive. But you know what? We need to challenge those builders. We need to stand with the residents of Lafayette. Don't give this town away without a fight. Make them prove it. Make them go through the elements. If they ask for a waiver here or there, deal with it. But if you don't require standards that are going to protect this town in roofs, in glass area, in materials, this is all a farce. Because that's what you'll get. You'll get Walnut Creek. And nobody here wants that. So stand with us. Make this town what the mission statement says it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, I have one question, Mr. Hudson. You provided us with a markup of the ordinance. Are you saying that if your markup was enacted, you would consider the city to be protected?
if it was enacted,
Yeah.
I would consider that you've done what you can do.
Okay,
You
thank you
know,
very
I'm,
much.
I'm not perfect. There may be, oh, one thing. In both the video and the markup, I concentrated on making the standards themselves more clear, integrating the appendix, which just got slapped on, in a way that is not ambiguous. Outlawing flat roofs, reducing the glass area. The percentages are based on what you actually
Oh, We've
need
all
in
read it.
semi-rural.
We've all read it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But then also, I concentrated on
No,
those
so-
things because I think those are the most important.
No, I just wanted to know you were concerned that, we're
Okay,
heading down the wrong path. This is our last chance. I just want to make sure that you feel what you had presented to us is what you thought would be, and that
and
you've
one area,
answered the question.
one area I'd supplement it, and that's in the materials. I didn't address that because I didn't want to dilute the others, but I think on materials, 70% stucco, cement, cinder block is way too much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Rob Lavoy, to be followed by Linda Riebel.
Welcome.
Thank you. Rob Lavoy, 872 Moraga Road, 35-year resident. It's nice to be able to talk to you guys tonight. I'm here to support Elliot's detailed edits to the presented design standards. I hope that you'll make them completely focused on the unique mission that we have for our city, semi-rural and small town. We've been forced to allow excessively large buildings by the state law, but we should not require, or we should require them to meet some standards which make our town unique. We need to tell the builders up front what we want. And as the consultant here said, make it unambiguous. They have waivers that they can get out of these things. So it's not like they're forced into this, and almost every one of them will take advantage of those waivers. But we need to define very clearly, what we want. Residents came here for the unique characteristics of our town, and we don't want to give that up. And people say that we're no longer semi-rural anymore, but we still are, and we can still be different, even with these big buildings. But let's not make them ugly ones. I think the no flat roofs should be included in the standard. And like I said, there's ways to get around that. I would be interested in hearing from Mala if there are any court cases where that's been determined to be too difficult or onerous. I don't believe so. And we can see by the examples of the Mercantile building and the Dewing building. I think that Dewing, is that the one by the BART? That they have flat roofs, but you can't tell from the outside. And I think that's what we want. And even if they want a rooftop deck or something, as long as the flat roof's on the street side, they have their view from the other sides. So, I'm sorry. So let's see. And I would challenge architects and contractors to demonstrate that the roof requirement is too difficult. Otherwise, I'd ban the flat roofs. And the other comments, the fenestration and so forth, I think have been dealt with already. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Linda Riebel, to be followed by Laura Lamont.
Welcome.
Hello. The staff report, which I have looked at, is certainly impressive, and it shows the complexity of planning that my hat is off to people who do it. I'm assuming you've seen the draft and are getting ready to request adjustments. Um, as a Lafayette resident for 20 years, I have seen a lot of changes, not all of them good. And the citizens here have been very dedicated in sharing views about what we like and don't like. So I'm here to just encourage you to defend the mission statement. That is a legal document as far as I know. And I believe that Elliot proposed some modest changes. And please don't turn us into Walnut Creek. They remind me of Soviet apartment blocks, which I have seen in person. Lafayette is such a wonderful town. I thank you for your time, and please make some changes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Laura Lamott to be followed by Brian Parsons.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Laura Lamott. I saw that I wrote a letter, but it did not get included in this, so I hope it's okay if I just read it. Oh, there it is. Whoops, I have to read it off my phone, sorry. Okay, so here's the letter. The new modern aesthetic is the friend of the builder. It is easier, cheaper, and faster to build a box. There are a lot of very exciting examples of modern architecture in the world that have been designed and built, but they are not being built in Walnut Creek, where ugly boxes abound. This new trend toward modernism gives builders the easy way out. Let's keep the junky stuff out of Lafayette. We should build new structures that fit in with the more rural character of Lafayette. We can think of careful design of new buildings as an opportunity to make our town continue to look good. Just because modern is in is no excuse to settle for ugliness. And then I'm going to add to that, in regards to the comment made previously that pitched roofs cost more to build, I feel that we should not be so concerned that a builder is making their maximum amount of money. I think that builders generally make plenty of money. And I also support everything that Elliot Hudson presented to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Brian Parsons, followed by Glenn Cass.
Hello, and thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to speak on two things that came up during the discussion of City Council. Susan, you mentioned bike parking, and that is a big part for Vibrant Lafayette. We would love to see it included. We did an analysis where we walked all around to find the bike parking. There's actually a lot of infrastructure for bike parking on the street of Mount Diablo, but it's totally unusable because it's not in front of the Trader Joe's, the Diablo Foods. So having it built into the destinations that we want to get into would be amazing. I recommend the Crow standards for bike parking. It's about $260. But yeah, the other thing was, Mayor Nduri, what you talked about with the setback and the distance. I walk with my kids all over. We're usually pushing a bike as we get on the sidewalk, so you can't have two people coming at each other on a 4-foot wide thing. So what we have on First Street, that width is amazing. I don't know if that's possible, but that's something that Vibrant Lafayette is very interested in, is the ability to not just walk downtown, but walk and push our bikes around as we get into the more denser areas and put them in places. So that's all.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Glenn Cass, followed by Cheryl McDonald.
Welcome and thank you again.
Yeah, you're welcome. Glenn Cass,
3611 Boyer Circle. You know, I understand Elliot and a group of them, what their interest is, okay? But there is no architectural style that is semi-rural, okay? And when you go to 6-story buildings, there is no style semi-rural. Now, yes, I see that there's designs that they like that are better than others. But when I look at his amended concepts, like eliminating flat roofs, it isn't going to work. You will not have hardly any projects go through this criteria. They'll all be waivers and exceptions to it. The other thing is that it's easy to talk about, well, what's the incremental cost of a truss for the roof, so on and so forth. No one's representing affordability, okay? We have extremely expensive buildings in this city, and we are excluding a lot of people like teachers, public servants from living in this town because, hey, just make it more expensive and who cares, okay? Well, those people care. One thing I want to leave you with is that this document should not be cast in concrete, okay? Don't wait 10 years to revise it, okay? When you have something that says, okay, let's change this because this is more fire safe, change it right away. Make an errata sheet every single year, change every single year until you get it right or you get it better, okay? That's my main objective on speaking tonight is please do not cast this as a definite thing that is going to last for any long duration of period. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Cheryl McDonald to be followed by Don Ames.
Welcome.
I like this microphone. It's going to make me loud. I hope you can hear me. Great. I just wanted to say that I'm happy that you looked at Elliot's video. And then I just wanted to also say that we don't want to be, so many of us over many years have not wanted to be Walnut Creek. And part of what Walnut Creek is those flat roofs and the multiple colors that just seem to be prominent throughout Walnut Creek. I think there are creative ways that we can get by that, and maybe the pitched roofs or the not all roofs, like what you were talking about, Stella. So it looks from the street that it looks appealing to many of us, but that what's necessary to go on the roofs can be behind it. Call that a facade, but it works for maybe that would be a way to get by. Also, I just don't. I've grown up here since I was like in the 60s, and there have been a lot of changes along the way. And most of it's been really good, but the Brown Avenue project is just a cinder block. It's a really tall rectangle, and it's not really overly appealing, and the multiple colors that remind me of Walnut Creek and so many of us. So I do support a lot of what Elliot has put and what Bob has said. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, our first virtual speaker is Don Ames.
Good evening and Happy New Year. To add to my email sent in earlier today, I'd like to emphasize that having been raised in Lafayette with my parents' family business and still owner of property on the east end of Mount Diablo Boulevard since 1950, I'd love to see Lafayette retain its semi-rural character and small-town ambiance as established and approved by the City Council in the general plan and its latest revision. Modern, urban, boxy-looking buildings, flat roofs, too many large windows, unaesthetic, bright and bold colors for facades, concrete, stucco, and cinder block are not the design, materials, or the look that maintains Lafayette's warm, comfortable, safe-feeling town that many of us have loved growing up here. I would implore you not to approve the ODS as currently recommended. The proposed ODS will adversely forever and irreversibly change the direction and undeviating course of poor development of the town, not in keeping with its semi-rural character and small town ambiance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor and Dury, there are no additional speakers at this time.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the council, and I'll ask the council if they'd like to take a 5-minute break now or wait until the end of the discussion. Is there any?
Now would be better.
This is any one person decides it. So yes, we'll take a 5-minute break and return for discussion. Right, our 5 minutes has come and gone. If we could ask everyone to take their seats and can ask everyone to take their seats. We're going to resume the meeting. If we could ask everyone to take their seats, we'll get started. If everyone can cease their conversations and take their seats, we can get started. Yeah. Try to get through without doing. All right, we're back in session. What I propose that we do is start out by, if there are any questions, any additional questions, ask the questions. And then we'll have the discussion. I'd like to start out with any general issues that are out there, discuss the general issues, and then I'd like to go through page by page with the ordinance and provide feedback, and then finish up if there are things that aren't covered by the design standards that you'd like to add, talk about, then we'll talk about those things. So we can save those to the end. Okay, so are there any questions that?
I think general.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we'll do the general, just to reflect on a couple of things. Elliot was, this is like our last chance to get it right. Center us again where we are in the process here, right? Because we're not actually being asked to to approve or deny anything today, right? We're doing just this this is just like just a feedback session effectively, right? And so how should we expect it to proceed after this?
So the goal of tonight's meeting is to gather your feedback. No action is proposed. In fact, no action can be taken because there's no resolution attached to the staff report. If you are very eager to pass something, you could continue it and we could bring additional documentation. However, we are proposing that we accept your feedback, go back, make changes, and then return at a future date with an adoptable draft. At that time, there will be a new public hearing, newly noticed, and that can be a single meeting or multiple meetings as you desire. If there's more material to discuss or larger changes you direct us to make that need further tweaking, it's totally up to you how you'd like to proceed once that next meeting takes place.
Yeah, just if I could, just to follow on that. So would the thought be that we give you feedback, you chew on that, does it go back to design review and planning, or what's the?
It would likely return to the Planning Commission and travel through that body to this body because it's a code amendment. That's kind of the correct course. So it goes to both bodies for their final review.
So there would be at least 2 more times for people to have comments after this one. So this is just okay. That makes sense. Another kind of general question would be thinking of the context of the preamble or talking about semi-rural. I mean, I certainly know. So remind us then. So in this document, can it be policy statements or things up top, and then we have the objective, or kind of what's best practice here? What should we really look for in this kind of document? I think it's frustrating. I can see that, right? If you just have a bunch of these kind of black and white standards without really talking about the whole. So and maybe you can expand on that a little bit. Can we have some sort of preamble talking about what we want, or what makes sense here?
Could I ask the city attorney to lead off on that?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sorry. Makes sense.
If you're talking about the preambles before each item that were suggested by Mr. Hudson, such as I'm looking at 6-3903, where there's a preamble after the roof form that the mayor had discussed. My concern is that it is a subjective standard and not an objective standard, that preamble. So I wouldn't want anyone to think that if someone didn't comply with that preamble, that the city could deny it. Because we really are only trying to adopt objective standards. So those standards are what would come after that. So I think the preamble could lead to some confusion because we would not be able to enforce the preamble.
So how do I read even A right now, where it says integrate semi-rural character of design elements in this? Is that an acceptable thing to say, or that seems a little squishy? On that,
I think that if you want to put, the way I'm reading this is, I think the purpose one is where you put all that.
Got it.
Correct.
The
Because
purpose-
that's all the
Go.
squishy stuff is,
Okay, so
right?
that's where we actually put the overall
Background.
goal, the
Our
background.
goal,
Right.
but but again, I just want to caution everyone. I agree, that is where you put it all. I just want to caution the public that's not the section we would then say, oh, but you didn't comply with limit
Okay,
visibility.
so we do have the ability to put that there, kind of describe our basic goals, but. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so you would be comfortable with changes to the purpose section?
Correct.
Okay, but not,
With the caveat I mentioned, but
Yeah.
not adding the that language in each subsection.
okay, does that answer the question?
That's very, very helpful. Thank you. That's all I have with this part of the discussion.
Okay, well, now we're on the part of the discussion where if anyone wants to discuss a general theme, before we go into the,
A quick one is, and it was kind of into one of Glenn's comments. Can we exempt 100% affordable projects? Like Sunflower Hill? I'm just putting that under a big umbrella. Do we apply to all multifamily, things except for 100% affordable projects? Just a thought,
you're asking, okay, I mean, it's something to consider.
something to consider.
Okay. I mean, reaction to that? I mean, I would say we want good design on all of our projects, and we're aiming for something that wouldn't be prohibitive for an affordable project.
Wouldn't 100% every waiver design, I mean, it feels like wouldn't they get special?
That would be a question. Like, are they going to get all the exemptions they need no matter what?
They would be eligible for concessions and waivers. So if it's an objective standard, in theory, it could be waived by a fully affordable project. So
Mhm.
even if they're held to it, I think it is helpful to hold projects to them. And I know that 949 is reviewing the objective standards and trying to comply, but they might be asking for one or two that they need waived in order to accomplish the project, and they're fully entitled to that under state law.
Thank you.
Okay,
So
but I guess where I would end, well, I would recommend we not exempt them. Okay,
That's right.
Yeah, I'm thinking, this is sort of a statement of, this is what we want. Like, I guess is the way I'm thinking about this, these objective design standards. And I mean, so we're putting it on the table and let the developers deal with that, so to speak. Am I thinking the right way here? I mean, I'm getting a nod. Yeah, right.
yeah, I think the other benefit of these objective to design standards is even if we have developers coming in and using the density bonus and saying we're all these, we know that we're going to have to rely on negotiation and goodwill for getting good buildings. And I think it's going to be a lot easier if we can point to this section of the municipal code and say, this is what we want. So I think this is going to be very important. Okay, other general things before we dive in? Well, I'd like to discuss the issue of what visual guidance we'll be giving people, because as I understand it, the way we are now, once we adopt this, basically the guidance is all the code section. There's nothing else that developers can look at and see what we had in mind. And I'm wondering, is there a best practice for this as a standard? Do other communities either have a section of their website that is the illustrative section 6903? Here's what we mean by this. How do we convey to developers, what it is that we would like to see?
So as I mentioned, what we're looking at, the document we're looking at would be a code amendment. The boards behind me in digital format would continue to be available. They're obviously attached to these staff reports, which live in perpetuity on on our website. We currently do have an objective design standard web page that mostly is listing the process right now, but all of the staff reports, minutes, the boards themselves are linked onto that page. So that page, I would imagine, would evolve to become a page about what the standards are. And we have the option to keep the boards linked there, to list the projects that the city feels are best illustrating what we actually want to see. There is obviously in choosing projects, there is subjectivity. There might be projects that were approved through our discretionary process that not all of the public love. One of the things that I think the consultant did that I really value is clearly stating that when an image, a figure, or a picture is used as an example, it's typically used as an example of a single thing.
Yes.
So that we can say, this is what a good public open space opening to the street looks like. That doesn't mean we love everything about the building in the background, because there's probably no building that every single person loves, right? That's the whole point here. But we can certainly use a lot of the buildings that we already have, or the plans that are already approved, and say, this is a great example of X. This is what we want to see more of. And we've heard from developers that come in with applications that they have driven around Lafayette and gotten a sense of what's been approved and what people are looking for. And I think that will continue to happen as well.
Okay, so just to be clear, we can several months from now develop this part of the website to include examples. And I agree, I really like the way you said for this particular element, for fenestration, good examples, for the base of a building, good example that we can provide. We can do that on the website, and well, the color scheme, for example. I mean, I'm sure professionals understand what that means, but any member of the public looking at this is not going to have any, well, I didn't have any idea what colors. So this was very helpful to pick that up. Okay, so the alternative, I mean, does anyone attach it as an appendix to their ordinance?
So typically when we prepare presentations for workshops, for open houses, for the community to sort of understand what's in the document and see examples, typically that's not something that we would put, or we really have never and wouldn't put that in the code. It's not code language, right? It's really illustrative only and for purposes of explanation. That said, the visioning documents, the specific downtown specific plan, guidelines, these all get at a lot of the same concepts and elements, and those stand. So to the extent that the city is comfortable pointing to illustrations and descriptions in these documents, these standards do very much go hand in hand with the intent of those documents.
Okay.
So just to clarify, you could create a booklet that is, here's our multifamily objective design standards, that has pictures, pictures like the signboards, but actually has the actual code language. So it's very clear how they relate. Like the code itself will be in the municipal code, and it'll be available where Joanne puts it, but then you could still copy it and put it in a more brochure-like or book.
And in fact, the next step after adoption is to develop a checklist similar to what we have, but without the point system, something that sometimes we'll need to rephrase. The code section needs to be written as code, which is a very specific style of language. And so we will use those standards and make a checklist that we can distribute to the public, and also staff can use as we're reviewing the projects. That's just really the yes or no question version of each standard. That will probably be a standalone document. I think it would get too long to have a photo illustration of each standard, but we can have a separate supplement that gives those examples. They can either be on the website or a link on the website, something available.
To follow that, I would say, yes, examples and illustrative examples can be helpful, but I would like to say that we will stop short of designing buildings, taking all these standards and saying, here's what they amount to.
Yeah. Okay. So, but you'll have, does it do X, Y, does it do X? Yes, no. And you could then have a section on the website or part of a booklet that has, we'd answer yes to these examples, we'd say no to this example. Okay, thank you. All right. Any other general comments before we go through?
Just to follow up. So the bike parking one that we talked about,
I was
is
gonna
that on? Is that, do you want to keep that for later?
I want to save that for the end.
Okay.
Or,
That's all good.
well, we can talk
I don't
about
know.
that now.
I'm okay either way.
It just, I mean, well, there are a number of general, well,
No, it's
the
fine.
bike parking. I mean, this is just going to be critically important as we go forward, because we're going to be encouraging people to use their bikes, people who live downtown, people who come from the neighborhoods. And so we have to have bike parking, and we definitely, we have some bike parking now, but we don't have anything in the amount quantity we need. So I guess we need to think about cities that, and they're all in Europe, that have bike parking, and what we would like to see in terms of standards for what design standards we'd like to have for that bike park.
But is that, I guess I was a little surprised. I mean, I completely concur with everything you said. The fact that is this the place where we put in the bike?
Well, that's a question.
parking
That's a question.
Standards, or there'd be a different spot for different place for it?
I just want to clarify what specifically you're asking.
Yeah.
If you're asking how many bike parking spaces should be required, that actually the California Building Code was just updated January 2026. So that already regulates how many bicycle parking spaces are required per various measures.
Yeah.
If you're asking about design, then it would be good to know if that's what your question is.
Okay, so for all the multifamily buildings we've approved, and I do recall since 2020, we've talked about bicycles for each one and asking for more. And all of the bicycle parking has been within the interior of the building. So it's not a design issue from the outside. So I think, and I'm sure that will continue to be the case, that will require the bicycle parking to be provided within the interior of the building. But so where do we get an issue? If I'm thinking of the Park Theater, for example, because, that's going to be someplace that, say 30, 40 people ride their bicycle. There aren't bicycle facilities there.
No.
But that doesn't really come within.
But there's space requirement. I mean, I don't know. So I actually didn't quite understand how it fits in here, because
Yeah.
unless we're gonna have a city design standard for bike parking, which seems beyond the scope of what this.
Yeah, no, I think maybe that is beyond the scope.
Yeah, that's my only.
We can think about this in three layers. One is what amount of parking is required for the development, similar to the way car parking is required. That's the interior, that's, for the residents of the building, for the commercial uses, usually the employees. And then we think about the average user that's visiting a space, and that's bike parking that goes typically on the sidewalk. So that's something that could potentially live here, similar to the requirement for landscaping and street trees. It's something that goes on the sidewalk. That's something that is in the public right of way. So it's an interface with the public works requirements, but the same way we might require a developer to redo the sidewalk and plant X number of street trees per feet, we might also want to require X number of this design of bicycle, lock or rack, to be on the sidewalk in whatever formation. So this street design is starting to kind of enter this document. I don't think this is, we don't want to get too far into sidewalk design with this document, but it can hold a little bit. I think there's a place for some sidewalk bike parking here. The third element is where, the same way that we have shared parking facilities for the city, that's another way to think about bicycle parking, is park once, walk around. So, but that's neither here nor there at this meeting.
And if I can add one thing onto that. So there's a part of your code where this is addressed. It's chapter 6-6 is off-street parking. And there's a section for bicycle parking requirements and bike parking design. So before adding a separate bike parking design section into 6-39, we may consider whether a more appropriate spot is where existing design standards are published.
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't we leave that with you? Okay, that sounds good. Okay, shall we start in on the
Yeah.
draft? Okay, so 63901. We have Mr. Hudson's suggested language. We don't have to, we're providing feedback
Yeah.
today. We're not going to provide exact language.
No.
So I guess I need a sense of the council. Do you want to move toward that kind of broader purpose statement? Or actually in some ways more directed purpose statement as to what we're intending to do?
I guess one of the biggest thing is, so we want to say semi-rural character versus semi-rural ambience. And I don't know, I don't know if the difference in that wording helps. I mean, legally, I don't know where, okay,
Let's not get into wording on, at this level. Let's just say, do we want to make a revision to include that kind of language?
But when you say that kind of language, it's really just the addition of the first
yeah,
paragraph, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's the only thing. It's like, you want to
Yeah,
have like,
but I don't want to wordsmith that for.
oh, I agree.
Okay.
You're looking at something
it.
in addition to what's there. Actually, that was there is fine. Actually, I kind of liked it. But you're just talking about, do we want like an overall topic sentence kind of thing, right? Is that what you're?
No, exactly. Do we want something like that?
I actually would like a topic sentence that kind of
Yeah.
mirrors the mission statement a little bit and just kind of says what we're looking for. I think that's great. And then actually have the thing. I don't think there's anything if that complies with everybody's, whether it's that one or, you know, something a little softer, I'm okay. But I think I like that.
And then again, we don't need to do the wordsmithing.
But I do have a comment though.
Please.
In this current version, one item was removed from the PC one, and it said avoid boxy, massive, and flat homogeneous structures. And it's not in this one, but it was in the prior one, and I kind of like that one.
Yeah. What was the rationale for removing that one?
Because that does basically
Yeah.
says a lot.
I like
That does
I like
say
that
a lot.
too.
Yeah. So I just wonder. Must
Which
have been
section and number was?
Purpose. It was in purpose, and it was in the PC. Or it might have been for the
I don't think
town
anyone
hall or whatever.
recalls exactly why that came out, but it's certainly something that can be added
Okay.
back.
Okay.
Super duper.
Okay, so add back boxy,
Yes. Or no boxy.
no boxy,
No boxy.
anti-boxy. Okay, and then I had a question. I haven't had a chance to look at, but F is limit the visibility of parking along Mount Diablo Boulevard. Do we limit that to Mount Diablo Boulevard in here? Because I think we also want Moraga Road covered.
I agree.
I'll just raise that. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, obviously, I think if you look at all the multi-housing, it's mostly going to be Mount Diablo Boulevard.
so, and well, I would,
And
and Oak Hill and
Arterial
First.
Yeah, Oak Hill and First, sure. I'm not sure how you
Okay,
want it.
and Major Road.
Major streets,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so we're on to,
Oh, I have one for
Sure.
purpose. I would love to see something, a goal for human scale interface between building and building faces and sidewalk. Something about the scale at a human level.
Yeah, no, it's always good.
Okay, I'm confused. What do you mean? Sorry.
That the experience a person has when they're walking is that the buildings are not these giant monoliths towering over them. And maybe some of the standards in here accomplish that. I think they do, but I think it would be nice to describe this as a goal that a human scale
yeah.
streetscape environment is what we're after.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
human scale for pedestrians on the streetscape.
Exactly.
I apologize. The last comment was letter F to add Moraga to Mount Diablo.
Well,
Major,
I think somewhere in here, it's, it would be Moraga Road, First Street,
Oak-
Oak Hill. I think that's it.
Golden Gate.
Oh, sorry, Golden Gate Way. Yes.
Yeah,
Those are-
those are they're listed at.
They're already
39.
there for the parking, for off-street parking?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So maybe put them in
same
here just so there's no misunderstanding.
Thank you.
All right, now on to roof form.
Actually, I did want to just, not to just go, but with applicability. So I guess just to confirm then, the slide we saw, which had all the different, the zonings of what it was applicable to, actually isn't really correct, right? Given this paragraph.
Right.
I mean, I just want to say that was really kind of like that slide that you had in the staff report, we can kind of just get rid of.
Yeah, I will
It's
get
not
rid of that.
really valid, right? We're really saying anywhere we see a multi-unit thing, that's what it's gonna be. Okay. Just to confirm.
The zoning map slide was meant to indicate the focus.
The focus, because that's where they're gonna happen.
You're right,
Yeah, okay.
that it is anywhere we're seeing that development.
Okay, so we're on to 3903, and why don't we just talk about this in
It's a big one.
generalities. Okay, if we even go down the road of requiring some form of pitch, I don't think it should apply to anything 2 stories. It should only be above 2 stories, because many downtowns have 2-story buildings with flat.
Even
roof.
ours, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
even
our historic buildings
Our-
are
yeah, too,
flat
yeah,
roofs,
you go
right?
to
So-
Calistoga and all along
They're all-
Lincoln,
yeah.
they're all 2-story with flat roofs and parapets, so just start with
That's
that.
correct. No, yeah, we cannot mandate pitch roofs for every building, but this is really for the larger multi-story. And I think we've proven really that the mansard, that in fact, almost all the examples that were shown that people liked were mansard roofs, right?
Mhm.
I mean, that was Mercantile,
Right.
the
Town Center 1 and Town Center 3.
yeah, Town Center 3, whatever. So that can be very effective. Soften. But I am curious whether it's mandated or but it can't be suggested, right? That's the problem.
No.
We can't say we prefer it. That's where it's like, I understand why we are getting rid of the points and we're going to this objective, but there are there are pros and cons. I'm gonna put it out there because I know people don't like the points, but there is a reason why you have a little bit of give and take, because this objective, this binary choice it puts us in a box in a couple of different areas.
I think the only way to kind of respond to that desire of weightedness is to add if-then statements. So I don't have a perfect example, but if you were to say, if a mansard roof is chosen, then, and you allow for something that's more desirable, then a penthouse is allowed, then, it still has to
Wow.
be objective. It's like, can you answer it with a yes or no question, but there can be caveats carved out.
But we don't have that. We don't have that
We do-
structure anywhere in here.
We do not.
It feels awkward. I understand why. That's how you do it, but boy, that sure feels awkward to put a couple weird little things in there, because
I would
you
agree.
can't say, and I understand penthouse is not a thing, but it's hard to think of a particular stick. I mean, a carrot that can go with that stick that everybody would think, oh, that's absolutely something I'd want to do. Okay. Well, anyway, I think that's probably one of our first conversations is it, do we want to mandate this?
Yeah, I mean, so that's the first thing. Do we want to go down this road at all? We don't have to get into the detail of whether it can be, what Town Center 3 and what Mercantile use, which is, I don't know how it's technically referred to, a sloped parapet or whatever that is.
So,
But it's very effective, whatever it is. And I'd love to see it.
me too.
Personally, I would like to see a pitched roof requirement on buildings above 2 stories to really say, this is what
Yep.
we want to
It's
see
a design
in Lafayette.
style.
And
Yeah.
okay, you can go do something else, but we're making a statement about what we would like to see.
Mhm.
And I'd go with that. I think initially when I thought about this, I was thinking, well, what's the problem with flat roofs? But I've seen, my view on this is tilted a bit, and I'll credit Elliot for this, but this is our opening position. And in the dance we make with these developers. And I think it is a more desirable look. I feel like I'm thinking of what I like aesthetically and backing into something objective. But the buildings I like are things like Mercantile Building. That's a nice look. And Town Center 3, nice look. So I think I'd put that out there. And I know we're kind of like, it's really binary, but it's like that's the way we have to play this, I think. So
I agree. And
I'd go with
they
it.
look more expensive, to be honest, right? And so it seems like that's what they're going for in Lafayette. So many of the developers, right? They want to look expensive because they're selling them very expensively, right? And so to me, the argument that it's costing them a little bit more, they're going to get it back. I mean, that's how they do it here in Lafayette. That's the game they play. They make it expensive. They put in all the parking spots. They put in all the cool stuff because then they get top dollar. And so I'm super comfortable with trying to make it a look for Lafayette.
I'm so, Chris, I'm going to support it. I'm going to play devil's advocate
Yeah.
for a second, right? And I hate to use the Brown Avenue building because I don't think any of us particularly like it, but there are plenty of developers. They're going to say, well, you got rooftop terrace, you got rooftop, you got the views of Mount Diablo, all the kind of stuff that if we have a mansard roof around, that will, that is whatever, 8 feet tall because it's got a blocked HVAC units. You're not probably
A rooftop terrace, I agree. We could probably put something in there that would be really pretty that includes a rooftop terrace.
Yeah, I'm just
Right?
saying it's like, I think to me, the mansard roof kind of, in my own naive way, think it probably might avoid the construction. It's much more costly because it doesn't seem like that'd be that costly. I just think I'm more about the amenities that you might want to.
Sure.
have.
And that would be good. That'd be totally fair.
Yeah. So, but no, I'm totally fine with saying let's do it. I think if we have to put one thing in that's kind of uniquely Lafayette, this is a great hill.
Yeah, I was kind of hung up on that same point too, because I go to Merrill Gardens a good deal.
Yeah.
My second favorite hangout, and they got these lovely rooftop patios with great view of Mount Diablo. It's a nice place to relax, especially for a senior who can't get out of the street so well. But they have railings to protect the people there, and I think you could probably design it where you've got a roof that goes up to where the railing would be, and you can look out over it. So I don't know. I think a good architect, I think, can make that work. That was the feature I liked about the flat roof, which is you could have a nice terrace on the top, but I think you can manage it. We'll see.
I think for a multifamily building, you're going to not need a huge amount of area for an upstairs, rooftop deck. It's different than at Millet Brown where they're individually owned townhomes.
I agree.
And so you want your own space. You can't use like a portion of someone else's, let's say.
I'm not saying I like it. I'm just observing that was
Yeah.
obviously a design consideration.
Yeah, well, I agree with Councilmember Cervantes that you should be able to have some type of mansard covering that would serve the purpose of the railing, safety railing.
Okay.
Okay,
No,
so is that
we are.
enough guidance on that?
I had one thing on roofs for the buildings that were under 2 stories or 2 stories and below. If a flat roof, is it possible to stipulate some type of adornment of the cornice? Because there's a picture you have in the document on figure 6-390503. And there's the center diagram. That is a very plain cornice. Is it possible to include some requirement for something more decorative?
Okay, so this is beyond section D.
It is,
D says parapets must be capped with precast treatments, continuous banding, projecting cornices or dentils.
Yeah.
oh, right. So I was just referring to D, but then pointing out there's a diagram further on page 6 in the document that's really the picture's about base articulation, but there's a particular building in the center that lacks.
We don't like
ornament.
the center one. Is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's minimally adorned.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, is there
there's
a
no
way to-
character.
to specify? I mean, the parapets capped with precast treatments, continuous banding, projecting cornices of dentils. Continuous banding to me sounds like that
Yeah.
center image, and I
Is
think
that what it is? Can I just point out that page 6, that's an example of base articulation, not cornice ornamentation.
that's true.
That is correct. I would say we certainly can remove the continuous banding if you would prefer to remove that language. I will say that from an objective standpoint, it's very difficult to objectively say what the difference is between a classical or traditional cornice compared to a more modern looking blocky overhang from an objective standpoint. I don't know how you would regulate that to prevent that. So unfortunately, I don't think there's an objective way to do that.
When you say blocky overhang, you mean a
That
parapet?
image in the center that you don't like, that one that, you were saying kind of sounds like the continuous banding, it does have an overhang, which would qualify. And unfortunately, I could very well see someone making the argument that that is a cornice, because how can you possibly objectively say what the difference is between a more contemporary approach to a cornice versus a more classical version of a cornice?
When you say overhang, is that parapet or?
Overhang is it's a part of a flat roof. So the parapet typically is above that cornice. And in this case, it is just an overhang where you just have the overhang extending out and there is no additional parapet above that. So, both options do happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and these images are describing three sort of visual languages, three styles, so to speak. So that should be to be consistent with the standard in that earlier section, like an 18-inch overhang. That would sort of go with that standard. But then again, as we mentioned, this is the intent of this diagram is to point out the features of the building base.
Yeah, and I know that about this. It was just an example of the rooftop treatment and what a flat roof of 2 stories or less could be very flat. And I'm just wondering if there's a way for us to steer away from that in these standards.
Well, but that's what this is. The parapet. It must include a parapet and an overhang of at least 18 inches.
Yes,
And
it's just the
parapet.
continuous banding part. That's what I was questioning.
Oh, okay. Well, I have to say, I mean, this is not the middle one's not a parapet, right? So that does.
Yeah, it's an
Oh, go ahead.
That's an overhang. The one on the left is describing, I mean, that's a parapet, right?
Yeah. So I guess I'm happy with the language as is.
Sorry.
So to describe parapets as such and to leave overhangs as also allowed.
Yeah. Okay.
So one more comment, in B, in the roof line. So it says roof lines that shall not extend more than 100 feet in length without a change in form or ridge line as described below. 100 feet seems like a long distance. And I know that if it was a flat roof, it's 50 feet, but it is 100 feet. That seems, I don't know, I would shorten it. That would
Yeah.
Make it more interesting.
Yeah,
I agree.
I would be okay with that for sure.
Yeah.
With shortening?
Yeah, me too.
Okay, good.
Okay. I'm not sure I agree, but if we want to shorten it, that's fine. I mean, if we get the pitch roof,
Mhm.
100 feet of pitch roof is fine with me.
Yep.
Okay, on to 3904 building massing. Any comments? Oh, one question. These figures that are in here, are they going to be in the code? Okay, the figures will be. So on Mr. Elliott's redlined, is this one of the, yeah, his comments say that these figures have been replaced. Is that correct? Maybe I'm reading this wrong. It says this figure was replaced, or maybe this is the replacement that's in here now.
Yes, there are 2 figures that, per the Planning Commission hearing, we did modify them to add pitched roofs as
Okay, and
requested.
so
I thought that was good. I didn't think that was an objection. I thought it was just more about.
there's just a note that this is what was done.
It's
Okay,
good.
so-
It's actually good that we got the feedback and we're.
Yeah, this is great. Yep,
Right.
those are updated. Great, thank you. Okay, so do we
Right,
have
but
any?
O2, where is, O2 is not, right? So that one should be.
Right.
So I think this is a very point. If we're saying everything's got to have pitched roof, every picture should reinforce that.
Yeah, so that one, yeah, okay.
And so one of my concerns was that on, okay, numbers changed, right? So so item B1, buildings up to 3 stories must include a recess a minimum of 10 feet every 50 feet on all street facing elevations. And it seems like we should have a width there as well. And what would be that width? I mean, it should be 10 feet deep and 10 feet wide, or a minimum of 10 feet wide or something.
Yeah, we'd be happy to look at some building examples and
Okay.
make a recommendation for that.
Perfect.
Okay, great, great. Okay, anything else in massing?
And then the same thing about,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can get,
yeah, same thing for all of these, right? Make sure that they get there. Okay.
Well, in one, it's talking about a minimum dimension of 20 feet and 800 square feet. So that's that takes care of, that one's taken care of.
I guess so, that the space of it does.
Okay, so it's
You're right.
2, also that needs
Right.
10 feet deep.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so 3905 building articulation. Any
well,
comments?
so our general comment is a little more on the 4 more stories, but I guess it applies to 3 more stories. So just so I'm clear, we talk about the vertical articulation, but then we talk the horizontal dimension, right? So we're kind of looking at and these don't, the A through F don't exactly seem the same. Like a trellis doesn't seem quite as like permanent or substantial as an actual protruding pier or a bay window. Because a trellis can just be taken down pretty easily, right? And I just kind of worry about a flat, you put up a couple of decorative trellises or even a railing that could be taken down or it could be repainted and it's gone and you're stuck with this flat thing. So it feels like A and B and D are like substantial things. Railings and trellises and change of fenestration type could be a very small change. So I just kind of feel like I'd like to tighten that up a little bit.
I have the same concern. It's like we need to put dimensions on these or something to make them feel big.
Yeah, there's
They
like
can
tier,
feel
there's like,
equal.
there's like tier 1 and tier 2 ones. Tier 2s are encouraged, but tier 1s are mandated or something like that. That we kind of have
Or something.
I don't know. That was kind of my thought on that. Yeah, more so, definitely more so on the 4-story. We have this 50-foot run that we could have. That felt like a long time. 25 feet maybe you could do it, but the 50-foot one, I feel like we really got to put in some.
Or certain percent, it's got to cover a certain percentage of it or something.
But again, as I said, trellis is not impressive to me as an element. I don't know. Does that make sense? Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes. No, I just giving you the intention, but I would not even pretend to figure out what to do. But I just want something that can't, during a repainting job, cannot be taken off and not there anymore, right? It has to be something that's got some architectural heft so we can get, so it feels substantial. That'd be my only thought.
Can you give me an example of what the change in fenestration type means? Or an example of what that looks like?
Sure. So what we're trying to describe is sometimes to articulate a building, an architect might decide that, for example, they have a whole bunch of 3050 windows that have a grid on them, and then there's a change, and then it's a different window size. Maybe it doesn't have the grids. And so it's meant to, an architect might do that to kind of show, to make them seem like different buildings, even if they are the same building. So that's what we're trying to get at, is that when there is that significant change in the window type from one plane to another, it can read kind of as 2 different buildings.
Okay. Maybe we can revisit that once we get to the fenestration section.
Okay.
Because I have some thoughts about that.
Okay. All right, anything else on building articulation?
So to go to John's thing, it's like for building of 4 or more stories, we need to really make sure that we've covered these and they're substantial. Like you don't want to have, they can put an 8-inch, like the first one, a pilaster appear protruding from the facade, a minimum of 8 inches. Well, you can't have it be 2 inches tall. You know, it's kind of, we have to kind of put in something
50-foot span. So yeah.
or 50-foot span, or we have to put something that has a minimum size or a percentage covering or something so they don't get away with just a little teeny thing.
Yeah, that's however that's best.
However best, yeah.
Best, yeah. Okay.
Okay, anything on B, horizontal articulation?
No, I kind of like that whole
B.
the base articulation part.
Oh, there was B3C. There on a prior version I looked at it, it was something that said need to add back that continues along the entire base or something like that. And so when you have a base must include a minimum of one of the following: arches, awnings. We have to say that it has to have, you know, that covers a certain percentage of the base or something. You can't just have like one column or arch. Right. Okay.
Okay, so you're saying if somebody just put in a central arch, that may not be enough.
It's got to be substantial, right? Or something
Mhm.
with a minimum sizes of stuff somehow. That was the point system. And that was the problem with the points. Like they would put in one light fixture that was nice or something. And all of a sudden, I got these points. And you're like, that wasn't the intent. Yeah.
Okay, so you get the sense of what we're looking for there. Okay, on to parking configuration design.
You had the parking entrance idea, Carl, that we need to add on to this one. Right?
Parking.
If you're,
Oh, well.
If
that's-
possible.
Yeah,
Right.
that's not, okay, I don't think, yeah, it's not addressed here. And just figure out where we can address it, but I think we are fortunate now that each of our new buildings, big buildings that have been built, their primary entrance, there is no curb cut on the major street.
Right.
So, the Brant, you go up not a side street, but you go up Dolores and you turn left into the parking. And with Merrill Gardens, you go up Second Street and turn right into the parking. You don't enter it from Mount Diablo Boulevard. Much, much better. So I think we need to provide that if they're front on a secondary street and on a primary street, the parking has to be entered from the secondary street.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Is that only if the primary frontage is along Mount Diablo Boulevard?
The 6 streets.
those 6 streets.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, that would be great. I mean, if we could mandate, I mean,
Yeah, that's,
make that an objective design.
Yes,
That would be,
Don't get carried away.
that would be good, yeah.
yeah, ideally, that's a safety concern, I would think.
Yeah, among other things.
Yeah.
Can I ask one more follow-up? So we have a standard, a maximum of 1 driveway to structured parking is permitted per street frontage. So we're trying to say just, you know, if you're on a corner,
Yeah,
or any.
we're just saying that if you're on Mount Diablo Boulevard and you're also on another, or any other street, you've got to enter from that other street.
Okay, do we want to reconsider the just 1 per frontage? Like if you've got, can you have 2 on the other frontage that isn't one of these 6 streets?
I
Well-
think some parking garages are of such a size. 2 and one set.
Okay, but we don't have any of those yet.
Yeah, 1001 Oak Hill, I think that's.
No, that's just one entrance.
Oh, is it just one?
It is just, yeah.
I thought there was one. I thought top was one of the top 2 or no,
Nope,
there isn't.
no,
Okay,
One
never mind.
entrance. So
Got it.
so far, we've
Yep.
managed
Yeah.
to get them all.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's good. It's good. Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Okay, so anything on the surface parking in A?
3B, is that right? Applied
what's that?
materials. Again, I'm trying to make these, like, what percentage must be applied materials on that,
Which section?
that on the parking?
Page 8.
Hey, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the numbering.
And then 3C is if you go at least one of the following architectural features, it should be per, per 10 feet or 30 feet or something. You can't just have one on the side of a huge building, right?
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, kind of whatever terminology we're kind of using for all the other ways.
Right.
Should be repeated here.
Yeah.
okay. Everyone okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
All right. So then
The big one here is the 60%,
6%.
right? And that is a really big percentage.
Yeah, I don't have any.
Tried to do some just rough measurement on one portion of the Brant in the western corner on Mount Diablo. And just on the upper story, just a section, it looked to me like just doing some basic polygon areas at like 50%. But when you look at the building, it's got big windows and they're very dominant. So if that 50% calculation was true, then that's a lot of window. So I would be inclined toward dropping that back. Definitely dropping back from 60, but maybe 40, 50.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to see some examples. Like, I know you gave us a couple. I think I was a little bit uncertain about the 100 Lafayette Circle, if that really was 35, because it still looked like a lot of window, but I didn't try to calculate that one.
210. Yeah, you
mean
mean 210?
No, 100.
Sorry, did I say 100?
You said 100, yeah, which is
Okay, okay,
just
yeah.
a vacant lot.
Yeah, no, that did seem like, but it could be it's the side, the east side, west side brings the
And
percentage.
of course, it is difficult when you talk about a whole wall
Yeah.
and the percentage is like, but yeah, I think
It's a
the
little
goal is.
hard to see because some of them are set back because of the balconies that are in the
That's
front.
right.
But,
Yeah.
but like pulling, pulling that all
I think it's
forward
great to
looked
have
to
a
me like,
smaller percentage. I agree.
but what percentage?
Yeah,
Right,
that's
that's the
it.
tough part.
I think I'm good with a small percent. I just have no idea.
I would.
I mean, that's the
In-
thing. I mean,
for
it's,
instance, in terms of, I mean, you've got our feedback. I think there's a consensus. We'd like that to be a smaller percentage, but we don't know what it is.
Yeah.
As an interim measure, can we, I know something's eventually be brought back to the planning commission, but could we have a meeting with, say, the planning and design committee liaisons as a next step, just to see that the comments have been incorporated?
Yeah, you're right. Because I can see there might be an issue with them. The very next thing is then a meeting with the planning commission.
Yeah, then we,
It'd be nice to have an interim step.
so maybe.
I don't mind if we have the design review liaisons meet with the design review guys.
Yeah, no, that'd be good.
Yeah, then it's all not noticed and stuff like that to
That's
go
right.
over that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think right. I think it's good because I just think like how we're struggling to articulate the window percentage. Because I think we're looking, I think it was nicely put, we want the smaller articulation, they're above, it's not just floor to ceiling windows, it's some sort of, interesting panes or whatever. I'm not sure, maybe percentage is not the best way to articulate that. Maybe there's a better way that you guys know of to articulate that.
Yeah, because here's the thing, and this is 210. The percentage is the whole building, right? And there are very few windows on the back
That's
and
right.
Ah.
west. So if you
Right.
really want to do this, you would have a percentage for the
Each side or
Or
something.
something.
facing the main street,
Facade.
the percentage of glass facing the street.
Yeah, I think it's related to the facade, which is the street facing portion.
Hmm?
So
Oh,
I
is
think
it
this
that-
is limited
Does it say that?
to the facade.
I missed that.
Let's close that gap if that's the case. Let's figure that out, right?
I read it as facade, street facing.
Okay, the total surface shall not exceed blank of the surface area of any upper story facade or plane.
That just is upper story. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because the lower story could be,
Right. That one you don't, it'd still be nice to be charming,
Okay.
but if that is also a business.
different.
then
They've
it's
got the other
different,
ones, right?
Yeah. But this is just at least, right. A2 is just talking about residential upper stories. Yeah. Yep.
Actually, talking about that, of any upper story facade or plane, Do we want to limit that first floor if it is residential? Yes. Right? If it's commercial, then we have the separate section. But if the first floor is residential, we don't want solid windows being out there. So I think we want to probably tighten
Oh,
that up.
Yeah, like Mill
Right.
Brown.
Correct.
That's true. And of course, 210 Lafayette Circle has got both a commercial-ish building. I mean, it's mixed. So,
Right.
yeah.
You know, I was starting to look at the, when I asked about the change in fenestration type with respect to building articulation, for traditional styles, I think you most commonly see fairly consistent window alignment and distribution. So, you know, it could be just a grid and not a lot of changes. And so my personal preference is for consistent alignment and distribution and limitation on size variation. How does the council feel?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying because it works on the Brant, for example, to have the different sizes. But I see what you're saying. I'm now looking at.
That's a tough one.
Oh, but it was managed pretty well on the on Town Center 3. Different groupings of windows.
Because sometimes that can be really architecturally pretty,
Yeah.
right?
No, that was actually that.
And add.
Yeah, I mean, I have a printout. Maybe I can put it on there. Just
Okay.
an example.
I should do that. I wonder, do we want to be that prescriptive?
There is that part of it.
I don't know. I mean, let's see what that is.
Yeah, we don't want to be designing the building.
Yeah.
And while we're doing that, you know, we have other items on the agenda here, particularly, I don't have my agenda in front of me, but the work plans, the budget, and we have someone waiting to present those. I would suggest that we move those to the January 26th meeting and just do that now, or have an understanding that we're going to be moving those when we get to them.
Can we do that? Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yes,
thinking.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say that,
They're very.
Okay.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, yeah. Because they're all related. And
yeah, right.
Thank
We can cover them all next time. Okay.
you can thank Mayor Anduri for that.
Good.
Greg, did the image work or?
I don't see it.
Could we change the source on the screen to the document camera, please?
So they're all pretty
Yes.
small, but I mean, I guess in some of them you can see there's some pretty big variety in window placement.
Oh,
They're
right.
not in alignment, they're kind of jogged around.
Yeah.
Sometimes the sizes are changing. That's what I'm feeling limitations on would be good.
Because you're worried that any of our buildings are going to look like this, right? I mean, it's.
I think she's trying to avoid these.
Okay, definitely. But confirming because it's like
This is from a New York Times article called America the Bland, which
Oh.
is about these. And so you can actually answer the question, do you know which of these buildings is in Seattle? I think the top is Denver, and there's a little like clicker, and it'll tell you whether you're right or wrong.
With the
And that's, yeah, what it's
Yeah,
about,
wow.
and the challenges with them.
Yeah.
And people, I think, saying like, you don't know where you are because these
right.
buildings are everywhere.
look at all those
Okay.
flat roofs.
Oh, this is, thanks for, this is really grim. Thank
No, I know.
So can we leave it with you to think about that, what we might do? I agree. If we're looking for something more that's traditional, semi-rural, than the more regular window pattern.
Yeah, I agree. That's
Yeah.
probably going to be
I mean, the one on, anyway.
how to articulate that. That's what I was saying.
don't
It
know.
feels like more than just a percentage. There's more going on.
Yeah. it's a
Right.
Pattern, the window.
Yeah, something,
pattern.
something.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's-
And limiting size variation. And then another thing, you know, including double hung or divided lights. I mean, picture windows to some degree, like there are in the Brant, but
Mhm.
then they're as part of like a window block. So there's a big picture window, but then it's also got smaller panes around it. I think that's better than just a single giant picture window with no breaks. And I think that there was a component about the square footage that was a question. I think it says 18 square feet.
Mhm.
That seems very big to me.
Okay.
So something,
Right.
I don't know what the number is, maybe, I don't know, 9, 12 square feet. I don't know. One other thing I'm curious about, it says under, let's see, windows, balconies, D, upper story windows must wrap building corners. And I didn't really
No,
feel that.
oh, that's right.
I
You're
don't
right.
understand that either. What does it mean be a minimum of 3 feet from a corner? Does that mean the window has to wrap the corner and go 3 feet past the corner, or
I got
the
the
window
feeling
can't be within
You
3
can't like,
feet of a?
yeah, it can't be close to it. It can't be close to an edge. You either gotta be far from an edge, so you have some
Or you are the
siding,
edge.
or you are the edge.
Okay, so you either
Or the
are
edge.
the edge or you're 3 feet
Yes,
from the
right.
edge.
That's the way, that's the way I interpreted that. So you had some sort of like,
Right.
color and structure around it, but
Yeah, wraparound,
is there some wraparound ones? You can look-
Not super, it's pretty modern. Yeah.
it's pretty modern, like corner
Yeah,
off.
wraparounds are pretty modern.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make a
know.
general statement. You mentioned that you looked at the buildings in town, and, there are 4 buildings that stand out that have been either built or will be completed recently. The Brant, the building at Brown, 210, 950 Huff. And each of those clearly is a modern building. I think we're fortunate in that we did get an opportunity to have design commission review and planning commission review in those buildings. We didn't get everything we wanted, but those buildings, at least in my view, are good-looking buildings. But do we want to continue to have buildings like that?
Right.
At least for me, the answer is no. We want to have buildings that are more like Town Center 3, Town Center 1, the Mercantile. That's what we're looking for.
Yep.
And again, while the buildings we have are acceptable, what we really don't want is most of what you see in Walnut Creek. And I'm not saying, we don't, well, okay, we don't want to be Walnut Creek is a great city, and that for Walnut Creek, it's great, but it's not Lafayette. It's not what we want in Lafayette. And I look at any of these buildings, I think,
I know.
oh, if one of those went up on Mount Diablo Boulevard,
I know.
you'd definitely have a new city council.
There's one other thing for upper story residential, no mirrored or reflective glass. There's a mention of it for, I think, ground floor commercial in the standards, but I think that also would apply to the upper stories.
That makes sense.
Yep, I agree.
Sorry, was there a change suggested for D, the upper story windows?
No, we're just
No, I
trying to
think it's actually all
understand it. And now I understand it. Okay, anything else on the fenestration? Okay, privacy and views. Any comments there? I see none. On to entry design. Let's see, is this where, I have a question. Why on 2C, the entrance must be located in the center of the building facade? Is that,
Yeah.
I mean, is that an important, what's the
It kind of feels.
the pitfall of
I can give you a little bit of background on that. Yeah. So a lot of these have gone through revisions, right? So this is a draft that is reflective of many sets of revisions. At some point it was, we talked about this earlier, right? Centered into a sort of in a entry feature with architectural features. It was determined that was not sufficiently objective. So it sort of got perhaps watered down a bit. It's also just an option, not a requirement.
I'm sorry, you're saying it's an option, but it looks like.
That only has to adhere to one of these, right? the
Oh.
primary shared residential
Oh,
must
yeah.
adhere to at least one of the
At least one,
following.
okay.
And
Yeah.
do we want to have more than that? Because these are all good things. You know, the one in the center clearly has to be optional because it's just may not work.
Right. And if on a corner is, you know,
And are we allowing more than one entrance? I mean, like, yeah. So this is, it says the primary shared residential entrance.
but most things we've
And-
seen, kind of have one.
Most have one. I'm thinking about 1001. Okay.
That one's just one.
Oh, it just has that one in the middle? Oh,
Mhm.
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
I just have a feeling, I think for security, I bet you most
Yeah.
places are going to have one.
Okay.
You know, you have the garage through the garage and then you have the one main one that's through the street. But
I do like the idea of giving flexibility though,
Yeah.
context of
Yeah.
this binary system we've got. So
But I think we should have more than one of these. Like I would,
they,
I would
they may not be
well,
applicable though, right?
must adhere to at least one. I'd say at least two. Or something. Because we want it to be
I'm-
pretty.
Whatever you want. It's fine.
I don't have a strong feeling on
No, I
that.
don't have a strong feeling either. So
Okay.
you want, yep, you want to,
I'm just going to note, consider whether to. require
Consider,
two.
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, maybe go think through the.
Think through if
permutations.
that works.
Right.
If
I
it's
agree.
really
we
only
want,
one
we want to be visually interesting.
combination.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. Agree. 'Cause this,
Yeah.
you would notice like the front door of your house, right? It's
Right.
the thing.
Okay, non-residential ground floor design. The
Some of
thoughts
this,
there?
I mean, I like the idea of no blank walls or
Yeah.
limiting on that.
Yeah.
I raised the question earlier on the landscaping. And it pops up later.
Your comment scared me, though it's
Yeah.
probably true.
Thank you.
No, but it's like, I know, like, how do we square that zone zero with actually the landscaping, especially around these big buildings, is critical. I mean, it's
Yeah.
absolutely critical to make these things
Yeah.
blend at all. And the thought of having no landscaping around these big buildings is just like terrifying to me from just the visual, what we want to see. So I
Yeah.
don't know, but I'm worried that you're correct. So.
Yeah.
But I would,
mean-
I guess I'd rather say, I'd rather have the zone zero requirements drive it than this drive it. I guess that'd be my thought. I don't want to,
Yeah.
I don't want
Yeah,
to.
we're probably a long way from that.
I agree. And then if we did, I mean, I take Commissioner Cass's point, and I agree with it, that this should be a living document that we
Mhm.
modify whenever we learn a lesson.
Yep.
And I think we may learn something more and then we would modify it.
And I,
Well, that was Glenn Katz's point, but
yeah,
yeah.
which I also kind of don't know. I mean, I can understand like for a single family home, which are basically tinder boxes, they're this, but these I mean, these are like significantly fire. It's a different
Right.
kind of building. I mean, they are significantly fire resistant. I mean, they have to go through con fire and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know if it's, I don't know if it's the same.
That's a fair point.
I don't know if it's the same risk factors as it is with
Yeah.
our single family homes that were built 50 years ago, or whatever.
If I could just add, my understanding is that the zone zero discussions with CAL FIRE are centered on homes or buildings in the very high fire hazard
Yeah.
severity zone. The zone which is, I think, mutually exclusive with our downtown,
Yes.
but not the sites where multifamily might be built.
Right.
So there's a potential to very objectively define sites where fire hazard is higher, that
Right.
maybe
All right.
landscaping could be accepted and removed versus everywhere else in the downtown where landscaping,
Yeah.
there's a lower fire hazard and landscaping would be more appreciated.
It's a fair point. Right now, it's very high fire severity zones, and
That's right.
who knows where it'll be later on as we learn more about this stuff.
I think it should be like, this should almost be like what we were designed to be, but then obviously there should be the overlay of any con fire requirements supersede any of this stuff, right? I mean, I think that's would be probably be the right way to do it, right? So we put in what we want and then the fire stuff just gets laid right on top.
Okay, anything else on 3910? On to 3911, building materials and color, yes.
So this one, yeah, I have thought.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Sure
go
we all
ahead,
do.
Go ahead, yeah, no,
But
this
it's
is a
like,
big one.
oh, I mean, stucco and concrete, no more than 70%. Oh, I mean, number one, I'd least like to say stucco or concrete combined can't be more than 70 or 60% as opposed to letting either of them be, but is there?
And you have to add
there a
the
reason?
concrete block in there too. Concrete block, stucco, and concrete.
Yeah.
I mean, are the three.
It's like, why do?
That's the
I don't want
trifecta.
any of that. You know, I don't think. I think I do, or at least not 70% of my building.
Oh, okay, well, I mean, the mercantile building
Yes,
is
exactly.
100% stucco and
That was one of the building we all, I think, love is all that.
Okay, well.
I don't particularly love it, but that's.
No, I mean, the Park Theater is all stucco and I don't particularly love it. I mean, I don't know. I guess, I don't know.
What's the mercantile like solid to void ratio? Do we know? Is it 70-30 or?
I'm afraid we didn't look at that one. We can
which
find that
ratio?
here.
The mercantile.
No, but ratio for,
Oh, like the solid to void, like the window to surface.
okay. No, I thought you meant
Mercantile's got
material.
really architectural elements.
No,
And that's what the key is, right?
That's that's why
Right.
it works.
That's why it's
It's got the big arch, it's got the great windows, it's
Yeah,
got the
you don't even
balcony.
see the building siding is like.
Yeah.
So I guess I will amend my statement. I just like, that felt pretty big when I read that paragraph. It's like, wow, yeah, concrete can't be more than 70%, stucco can't be more than 70%. Yeah, I would hope so.
I mean, are there different types of stucco? I mean, there must be. I mean, the mercantile just seems to be, yeah, a really high-end Santa Barbara
I would
style
hand stucco.
stucco. I don't know how you, and then we have some other buildings that look like spray-on ceiling.
Exactly. I don't want that,
stucco.
whatever that is. I don't think we want that.
So I think those are maybe different finishes to the stucco.
Okay, well, is there some way that we can, whatever it is they did on the mercantile, that's what we're looking for on
This
stucco?
this is the way that they're doing it here. It's safer to just mandate different materials and stuff like that. That is so much more objective than we have to have be so pretty if you're using one, right? And that's impossible to mandate.
Yeah, okay.
We can't mandate the mercantile.
No,
right?
no, but we can, I think we can mandate this, if there is a style of stucco, that can be referred to.
Right,
You
we
use
could-
stucco,
yeah.
you use double coated and smooth
Yeah, it's a smooth trowel finish rather than a
bubble ceiling.
Spray on, yeah.
orange peel or further texturing. And I'm using orange peel as an example of drywall treatment inside.
Yes.
And
Okay.
you've all seen it, and it hides imperfections
Mhm.
well, and it can be even more dramatic than orange peel. So there are different finishes both for interior, and exterior stucco, and we can find the specification, which is essentially smooth trowel finish.
Is that possible? What do you guys think?
We can certainly add
Okay.
finish requirement. It's a limitation, but sounds
Sure.
like that's what
I
you
mean, I
guys
think we
did.
really, I think the high end finishes, I mean,
That was an easy to show an idea, though. We have an example,
I don't know.
So,
Encouraging that, I don't know. Again, it's subjective and binary, so I'm not sure how, but
but I would put in an overlying thing is that the maximum, the combination of concrete stucco and concrete block what must not exceed 70% of the total primary plus secondary finishes. Right, that would be,
at least that would help me calm down a little bit. Yeah.
right, and then that would be, so then you've got 30% of other things that are very different.
Right, because the way this is written, it could be 70% stucco and 30% concrete, and that totally matches the complies.
Exactly. And so I would I would definitely want to add that. What the total percentage is, we can talk it,
Sure, I'm
but
Probably not
it,
qualified.
I think there's got to be a combination of those three things because they're so similar.
For secondary materials, one thing that I was hesitant about was enabling too much polychromatic appearance, or even in material texture. And I'm thinking of the mill building, where they've kind of got, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 different materials in the facade, the cladding, and then maybe 4 colors.
You want less colors or
Yeah, I mean, these ones are a little hard to tell, but I think in the middle upper, there's
lots,
black, dark brown, medium brown, lighter brown, I think.
right?
I don't know how to do that.
Sorry, was your
two
comment
secondary colors and
to limit the number of secondary materials? Is that
that's what I was wondering about.
okay?
Yeah, like, is that possible with that?
Materials or colors?
A color.
Maybe both in some ways. I don't know.
Well, just sticking, let's do materials
Agree.
and then
Okay.
colors. On materials, I make sure I understand, under the way this is written, you can do 95% of, let's say shingles, and then have 5%, what could you use? Brick. And that's okay. You could do 100, well, no, you can't do 100%. Right?
Ooh, do we, I think,
Let's see.
do you
What's
have
the
to?
apply permitted? What was it?
They must incorporate a primary building material,
and a secondary.
but we should have a percentage or something. We should
Well-
have something that doesn't allow them to have like nothing.
Well, no, that says it has to have a secondary, so you can.
But how much is it gonna be?
Oh,
2%?
You have a
90,
minimum of.
Yeah.
90-10 or something, whatever works.
I mean, how does
I
that
don't know.
work out in
I'm not-
practice?
I'm
I
not-
mean, because we've got, I mean, I don't know how the, Town Center
Town Center 3,
three,
that's most, I mean, is that.
it's got stone along the
Yeah,
bottom,
along
so
the-
it's,
Yeah, they have some things on it. Yeah.
yeah,
Stone and
so it's not all
Yeah.
shingle.
Primarily two textures. Yeah.
textures, and
Yeah.
kind of monochromatic, really, too. Right?
Yeah, that's why I like.
But wouldn't you like it if it was, if the stone on the bottom was like gray-ish colors rather than just gray?
Yes.
You know, we could tolerate that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right,
Oh, it doesn't have, yeah, I'm not arguing from.
right.
Okay, so I guess the question is it useful to provide a minimum percentage for the secondary?
I think so.
Because we're requiring a secondary material.
Yeah, we should have a minimum.
So we just leave that as an open, you come back with a suggestion?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Okay, specify a minimum. Percentage. Okay.
And
um,
2C, you were gonna get rid of the stuff in the parentheses and then get rid of 2H.
So in C, what you're saying, natural cultured stone could be more than the base.
Yes. And then 2I, if we keep it like this, we should have concrete block and not use secondary where the primary material is stucco or concrete.
Yeah, definitely.
Good. Okay, anything else on materials and if not the colors? So basically we are looking at the saturation level, the brightness, but we're not talking about the number of colors. There's no limit on number of colors right now, right? So is that something we want to do?
Very, I don't know. Would you say no more than 3 or 4? I'm not sure what you would.
There's
Good question.
some really, even,
Yeah.
homes with 4 colors that all work and.
I know, that's just, I feel,
Right.
I don't know if we want to,
that feels,
man, I mean,
Maybe
what.
you
what-
could do something where if you don't want them, if you have 3 or more colors, you can't have them be like the orange, well, the orange wouldn't be allowed, but they have to be complementary. They have to be close in shade or something like, so it's not like you have 3 very contrasty things or 4 contrasty things that totally, I don't know. I mean, I'm saying that's an approach if we want to go that direction.
Right, not objective though.
And right, well, we could.
are there?
It has to be in the same class
Maybe there's a
of
question. Are there
colors.
best
Guys-
practices here?
Yeah.
Are there best practices about limiting the number of colors on a bill? I mean, I like the palette. I mean, I have to admit, palette seems nice,
Mhm.
but is there a thing about saying no more than 2 or 3 colors, or is that kind of like just being too prescriptive or just not really worth the effort?
Honestly, I'd say that that's another example where there just isn't like a right answer. You know, we can certainly limit the number of colors. We understand that sometimes there's an objection to panels of bright colors. So we've just, in order to avoid that, we've just disallowed bright colors
Right.
anyway. That said, we understand that we're inviting large structures and there may be a desire for the design to make it sort of break it into smaller, look like smaller buildings,
Yeah,
right?
that's why I kind of worry a little bit about some. I've seen
Interesting.
those that look like small, that actually look great. You know, the
Me
big
too.
thing will look small, but you need a fairly big palette to kind of.
Yeah,
work.
no, I think what you've done in terms of whatever it's called
Whatever it
here is good. I don't know. I think we're in
Yeah.
I know, it's a
dangerous
tough one.
ground trying to limit it.
Yeah, I think so.
I think
Glenn, can I ask you what you think on this one?
Well, some people have complained about ground, there's too many, but that should have been 3, but that's a small building.
Yeah.
When you get to a very large building, if you said just 3.
Yeah.
Right.
I know.
Yeah.
That there is that.
Hey.
Yeah.
I wonder, given how much,
Stay out.
Yeah.
That's the argument.
given how much we're struggling with this one, I mean, I think
I
in a
know.
way, it's like,
Yeah.
that maybe tells you, okay,
Yeah.
that's just too much.
We just get.
Yeah,
I think it's
can't do it.
especially to make it in some sort of binary
Yeah.
thing.
Right.
Seems like
Let's make it objective.
Okay.
too many,
Okay.
too many
We're-
variables.
Sure.
Okay, we've.
Good.
Okay, on-site connectivity and open space. Okay, so. Street face. Now, okay, does this, how does this interrelate with street trees? Is that, do we deal with street trees completely separately? In our,
Yeah, it's
oh, go ahead.
these standards apply to everything that's private property, essentially. We're not looking at the public right of way.
Okay. All right, so, okay.
So we are looking, we could and do in objective design standards, address landscaping in the front setback or front yard. But when we're looking at, tree wells along the sidewalk, that's not something as out of the scope of this document.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so
Well, then it was.
any comments then on 3912? Okay, seeing,
One comment.
okay,
For the publicly accessible open space, which is, sorry, I have a hard time reading these, D2. What about, trees, like a tree per square footage?
I think that's, oh no, that's in the front yard.
No, it's not. It's not in there. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
So like a 24-inch box tree per,
But this is within the minimum one of the following. So you would just have this be, I don't know how you put that into the one of the following. Right? Am I reading this?
You
Is
got
that what you're
raised
talking about?
planters.
You're saying
or
raised
a
plant-
tree.
or a tree every so. You're saying, or a tree. Is that what you're saying?
initially I was thinking mandated tree per some square footage,
Right,
but
but we're not doing, but then you need.
this is one of.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't really flow, unfortunately. Like you wouldn't, a water feature fountain is great. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. I'm not sure what you'd put in there.
Okay, and just to clarify, this is publicly accessible open space that's not in the front yard. The required setback plus any blah, blah, yeah, up in number 2. Because there we do have. a
Those are
minimum of
yard.
1 tree, yes,
This is different.
yeah.
This is like the big open space in between the 100-foot building and between.
That's right.
Okay, well, it's a pretty big space.
Which
Like
could
we
be in
might
the same
need,
Floor, right? It could be above.
right.
Is that what, like I was saying, this is the one.
But I see
I
where,
think everything at 10.
where Stella was getting, because that's a pretty big space.
Mhm.
You know, if it's a small space, that's one thing, but if it's a really big space, you want to have it per foot
Yeah,
or
or
something,
600 feet or
or whatever.
square feet
'Cause
or
if it gets really big, you want to have a bunch of these things.
But then we say raised planters. We say raised planters per, I mean, that's why I'm trying to figure out how it all fits
Oh, you
together.
do a minimum of one of the following per
Per.
200 square feet.
Again, my concern is just being overly prescriptive here. I mean, maybe we add tree as an option and let the architect design team sort that. I mean, I think if we get in like saying X square feet means Y,
Yeah.
I,
Well,
that's
because
really detailed.
we've already, up above, we've covered mixed-use residential projects. If it's a mixed-use residential project, then you've got to put a minimum of one tree for each 400 square feet
Okay.
or fraction thereof,
Right.
whether it's in
Yeah.
the front yard or anywhere else.
Okay.
For the yards.
Hmm?
For the yards. Yeah,
No,
street facing yard.
No,
of all landscaping. Minimum of one tree shall be provided in the front yard for each 400 square feet or fraction thereof of all landscaping.
Right, at the front yard versus, but this is like
That's
the.
in section C though, isn't it? C, street facing yard, and that's 3.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Right.
It's that. Okay, I agree. We should not. I don't think we're going to come up with something that's.
No, I think trees is a great option though. Yeah, that, I think there's anything wrong with that.
sure. Mhm.
Yes,
Being put as opposed to,
Raised
We just
planters.
add it.
just add it.
It's another option.
Yeah, a great big, nice.
Mhm.
Big tree is awesome.
Joanne here.
Hmm.
Mayor Anduri, we have a hand raised. By your seat.
oh, we need a motion?
Mayor Anduri, we're going to need a motion, and you can't open any new items after 11 PM. And if you have items you would like to take action on this evening that are still on the agenda,
Mhm.
you could do it now and come back to this item.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, yep,
Yes.
let's do that. Let's open these items.
Sorry, we have this limit.
Yeah, okay, so we're going to
On the budget.
stop discussion of this item. We'll come back to it as soon as we finish off the items we need to do tonight, which I'm going to say, I'm move that we continue items 14B, 1, 2, and 3 till the January 26th meeting.
Second that.
Is there any public comment? Nope. All in favor? Oh, there's a motion? Motion to,
Oh, did you? I thought you made the motion.
oh, okay,
I'll,
I made the motion.
you, I
Why don't
thought-
you as a
I'll
second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
I,
Okay. Okay, well, we do need to do the
We got it.
rates. Can we open and then come back? We don't have to complete them.
But we also have the. item-
Okay.
the- with the
Yeah,
proclamation.
so okay, so, open item, what is now
G.
12G under 16,
Mhm.
and open item 17B and 17C and 18A.
Mhm.
And then now can we just cover those and then come back? Okay, so we're now on 12G removed from the agenda. We have a request that it be removed. Just say on the proclamations, the mayor and vice mayor develop the suggested list of proclamations. This year, the original intent was they be for 2 years so that people could plan ahead as to programming and the like. Turned out that that didn't happen, so we decided just to make it for 1 year so we could be more flexible in terms of what we put in. It was also intended to cover recognitions of ethnicity, nationality, and identity. So even though it's somewhat related, and for another reason, we deferred on Be Kind 21 in Lafayette. Well, if the school district is still doing that, we'll bring that back for a separate resolution. And for example, every year we do a Red Cross resolution. That's not part of this because it's not the purpose for this resolution. So with that, is there public comment?
Yes, Mayor Anduri, we have a speaker, Rob Lavoy.
Thanks for accelerating this a little bit. Yeah, I dashed in a little letter today before noon regarding these proclamations. I think they borderline on political, and it's concerning that the council is not supposed to be a partisan group and taking sides on these some of these hot button issues, it just alienates residents, and it's something that you're dealing with that you can't control. How do you pick groups to support and which ones to exclude? Is it divisive to, have the same groups on there each year, but be excluding a bunch of other groups? In this historic year, the founding of our country 250 years ago, it seems like maybe we should make an emphasis on that and how that's impacted the freedom that we have to express our views, to have a vibrant debate. We did a lot for the anniversary of the city, the 75 years. Maybe we can do something similar to that, where each month we have a highlight from 250 years ago. Let's see. Things like the Transgender Day of Visibility, that's extremely controversial. You've seen the protests in front of the school. Just on the medical front, the CAS report, the HHS report said that most kids are going to outgrow this phase, and that a lot of the medical and drug treatments are causing irreversible damage to children, and HHS recommends psychological help rather than irreversible, things that are part of the gender affirming care solution. So, trying to weigh in on something like that as a city council just seems completely inappropriate. If we're really trying to deepen our knowledge and understanding of the varied backgrounds and life experiences of our community, shouldn't we present the detransition day of visibility as well for people who've come out of that, gender affirming care model, damaged and regretting that they made decisions when they were too young to understand the consequence of that. The whole thing, there's a group called Gays Against Grooming, GAG. They are against this sexualization of children. You can look it up online. So it's not just right-wing conservatives or religious people that are concerned about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much. Is there other public comment?
No additional speakers.
Okay, are there any comments? Are we ready for a motion?
Yeah, we got some public comment with a request to amend
Right.
Muslim American Heritage Month to Arab and Muslim American Heritage Month.
Mhm.
And I thought the arguments were very compelling.
Well, we have tried to keep the categories as broad as possible. So the original category was North African and Middle Eastern Heritage Month, which is even broader than Arabic. But this year we decided to go with Muslim American Heritage Month. If we were to put in Arabic, it would be, there's Iranian American Heritage
Good
Month,
point.
there's Egyptian American Heritage Month, there's, with Asian American, we cover the broader area.
I see. Yeah, it's difficult. It's a
Yeah.
challenge.
I
think
would
that
propose we go with this year, and then if we want to make a change for the next year, we make the change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess there's some things in here that are ethnicities and some that are religions and
Some are identities.
and some are identities, and it's challenging. I mean, I think that there are many world religions that are not here, and I wonder, is there maybe just a World Religions Month?
Yeah, what
that
we
would
tried to
encompass
go
everyone?
with was the ones that are most represented in the communities, in our community, that we would want to make sure felt welcome and they belong.
If I could chime in, I'm good with this. To speak to Mr. LaVoy's point, the two of them, I'm perfectly fine with having a transgender day of visibility. The last trans individual I worked with was transitioned in her 40s. So it's a broad population, and it's a fairly vulnerable one. And I feel like we kind of need to sort of like say, look, you're part of this community too, like all these others. That's point one. The second is with respect to the 250th anniversary, and I was the one who was bringing up Bunker Hill and so on earlier because of where I come from. But I believe the mayor, you talked about doing something with Lafayette that speaks to the French connection, our name, our namesake, so to speak, and the role France played in the Revolutionary War, which was huge. So I think that's one way to manage that, which is unique to Lafayette. And I'm sure that that's not in this specifically, but I have a hunch that the mayor's got some thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, there's
real
a lot of proclamations that we'll be doing during the year that aren't in this. That's not the intent of
Yeah.
of the.
Yeah, that's how I view this. It's not an exclusive list. And yeah, to Rob's point, I mean, this is transgender people I know of. They're adults. This is not really weighing in one way or the other on kids or not. This is just saying it is a vulnerable population, and I think it's good to re-recognize them. So I support that list.
Okay, before we take a vote, I move that we extend the meeting time till midnight. Do I have
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so are we ready for a motion for approval of the proclamation
So moved.
I second.
or the resolution, sorry. Resolution. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, great. On to 17B, Councilmember Witherspoon and Vice Mayor McCormick.
I think, is Heather gonna, I'm happy to present, but sure.
And you guys can take a break if you want.
Yeah, Heather's not
Okay.
here.
I'd make a brief staff report.
Sure.
This is the 12th rate year, and your liaisons to Recycle Smart, Vice Mayor McCormick and Councilmember Witherspoon met with Recycle Smart staff and are recommending a 10% rate increase for rate year 12. And the rate increase is driven by CPI adjustments, contractually required increases in disposal and processing costs, and labor and fuel escalation. Want to point out that the 10% reflects a discussion that the liaisons had on rate smoothing. As you know, Recycle Smart has signed a contract, a long-term contract, which will go into effect March 1, 2027. And that contract will result in significant increases in our rates. So applying the 10% for rate year 10 kind of lessens or manages that significant increase that we might expect in the following year. We are right in the middle of the pack when it comes to the member cities. And as such, I'm going to defer to your liaisons to answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, I'll just further comment that, yeah, it's 10% jump is not great. We're entering, as we mentioned, we're entering into this is the last year of the old agreement. Next year will be a year from now, it'll be the new agreement, which is about a 40% increase.
Ooh.
And so we are trying to mitigate that by, instead of have a large jump, trying to kind of stage probably 10% increases over the next 3 or 4 years to kind of ease into it versus having a modest one this year and then just completely killing ourselves year after. Danville's doing 9% this year. I think Moraga and Orinda are 7%. So we're right in the ballpark. We are still cheaper than Orinda and Moraga, but not as inexpensive as Walnut Creek or Danville, just because they have much flatter roads than we do. So they have an easier pickup thing. So it is, this is just trying to do a little rate smoothing as we go. We'll have to pay for it one way or the other. And we figured it'd be easier to kind of ease it in over the next few years.
Okay, any questions? Then any public comment?
No comments?
Okay, bringing it back to the council, we're looking for direction. And do we need a motion for this direction?
Sorry, Chip's got it.
Okay.
To provide direction to the to your
Okay,
liaisons.
Councilmember Saban.
I was going to make a motion, but
Yes,
do we need, I move that we approve the recommendation of the committee.
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. We are on to 17C, Councilmembers Witherspoon and Cervantes.
Thank you. And I'll lead off on this one. We had interviews on December 2nd. Mike Moran, Head of Engineering, Public Works, and Ann Farrell, Chair of this committee, and I were able to sort of do the interviews. 4 great candidates, really interesting discussions. Part of it felt like kind of going back to business school in some of these discussions, which are great. So we have 1 open position and 1 where there is an expired term up potentially for renewal.
Oh, okay.
The committee's recommendation was to reappoint Mike Lohman and to appoint Carly Funk in your bank for the 2 positions. And I would thank the other 2 applicants who we may well see in other spots in the city, but we only have 2. So that's our recommendation.
So it was, what was this, Mike? Who was it? It was, how do you spell his name?
Mike Lohman.
Okay, that's right.
Okay, all right, any questions? Any public comment?
No.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll move to appoint Mike Lohman and Carly Funk in your bank.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. We're on to item 18A. This is the request for a resolution. Are there any questions about this? Seeing none, is there any public comment?
None.
Okay, we have a motion for approval of this proclamation.
I would love to do that. My son and his now wife were very involved with this for very many years, so
Yeah, no.
big fan.
Yeah, no, we've been working with them in a variety of capacities for years, and they are a terrific organization. So I wholeheartedly second.
Good.
All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. All right, thank you. Through those, so now we are coming back. Well, actually, while we're waiting for Arlie to come back, let me just reiterate that on January 26th, everyone's invited to come to the unveiling, although it's pretty much unveiled, of the new mural. That starts at 5 o'clock, but there'll be a nice party there outside the mural, recognition of the artist and the property owner and the consultant who helped us and the Public Art Committee. It's been a great team effort. And then just so everyone is aware, you also all are invited to participate in the first Hello Lafayette welcome event, which will take place here in this very room on February 3rd from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. And so all council members are welcome to come and meet newcomers to the community. Old timers in the community are welcome to come and meet newcomers in the community. I know virtually everyone here is going to be there. We'll have representative city groups. We'll have other people there, but it's shaping up to be a good event. We have no idea how many newcomers will be there, but it's a work in
But in case you're interested, because we are sending out kind of postcards to all the people, every household who has moved to Lafayette in the last year, 775.
Wow.
Yeah, much more than you would think. These would include both moves within Lafayette, so that might not exactly, but yeah, but no, just so it's really interesting. We think it's not made, but it's a ton of people, so it could be quite interesting.
All right, so we're back.
Oh, to on-site connectivity. Item B on that one. The last comma, this is totally nitpicky, but it shouldn't be there because it breaks up the intent of the standard, I think. Anyways, that was my comment.
I missed that. Where are we?
B, so it's the on-site connectivity.
Oh, okay.
So it's on-site open spaces must provide continuous uninterrupted pedestrian access, comma, to any abutting creeks or trails. No, it just, that needs to flow through. Yeah.
Yep, okay. All right, so anything else in 3912? Okay, well, no, I'm not gonna, you'll find the typo. Okay, landscaping. Anything in landscaping? Okay, so this is where I got the street tree thing. In D, it says street trees shall be planted at 40-foot intervals minimally. So all street trees shall be installed at a minimum of 24-inch box size. I get that. But okay, so this is talking about street trees then for the developments. So we are requiring a minimum amount of street trees.
That's right. And so that particular standard, a number of these standards, or rather, I should say the inverse. When we look at the existing objective design standards, it's your 3-page checklist. We wanted to carry forward as much of that as made sense. So that did get carried forward. And it's true that
Okay.
refers to trees in the right of way.
Okay. So is this, I'm just, again, 40-foot intervals, comma, minimally. Could we say it not more than 40 feet intervals? I mean, is the intention that they be 40 feet or less apart, right? Is
Yeah,
that the intent?
that would be the intent.
So
That's how I read it.
yeah, I didn't read it that way from the language that's there now. At 40-foot intervals minimally, so 60 feet would be better is the way I guess I would read the
Okay.
English. But the idea
It
is
could be
that
either way,
it can't be more than
Right. No more.
40 feet.
Right.
At least,
The interval
Yeah,
can't
at
be
least
more than
40
40
feet,
feet.
Right.
Okay. Okay, so yes. All right, anything else in 3914? Well, we didn't, anything else in 3913? Nope, 3914. Seeing none.
I do actually.
Okay.
So on C3 in the fencing and screening, the refuse areas, this is the, garbage cans or whatever. So it can be, so these are options. It can be screened with a minimum 3-foot wide planting area containing evergreen vegetation. It seems like we're saying that it must be with that. I mean, like basically you have to always screen it with plantings. And it seems like fencing should be okay.
That's a good point. Or it could be tucked back.
Yeah,
Or
I
something.
mean, basically we have here, it says within a building, we don't care if it's within a building or within a detached enclosure. And then there's 3 things it has to do. And the first one is located to the rear of the sides and not
Sure.
visible from the public street or public
Sure.
right of way. So already it's hidden from the street, but then not only hidden, but it has to enclosure designed with the same materials and colors as the primary building. Well, that seems reasonable. But then not only a fence with the same color, but it's got that fence of the same material and color has to have a 3-foot wide planting area in front.
Wow. Okay.
So it seems
It seems a lot.
the
I was just
initial
kind
reaction is overkill, but
of overkill.
not that I'm opposed to overkill generally, but on
Sorry. I would, yeah, I was like,
so why don't we just say reconsider
reconsider adding the planting.
or yeah, well, yes.
And then you showed a picture. Oh, it was the public art person was showing the picture of the one down at Brown that had the fun color birds, the kind of the,
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there's like this grading thing with all their utilities, like visible from the street, right underneath that piece of art.
Mm.
And I'm like, that shouldn't have been, like, you should, like, all the utilities should be covered, or visible. They shouldn't be visible from the street,
Yeah, this is refuse areas.
right? That's refuse areas, but that was all the utility stuff. Don't we want to hide those too?
Yeah. I do worry a little bit that sometimes there's just the physical PG&E infrastructure. But yeah, no, I agree. Our aspiration is you can't see the garbage and you can't see utility boxes.
Right.
That's so, yeah.
I would just echo what Councilmember said.
Okay.
We will just need to be very careful about PG&E's requirements.
Absolutely.
Other utility requirements and things like that.
Right. Put in with the exception of whatever. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
May I correct a statement earlier? So this 63913D street trees, I'll take the time to go back and find, when that made it into the draft, and so sort of the history of that. It's not in the 3-page ODS checklist. However, the other standards that address trees in the front yard, which is 63912 street facing yard, those standards regarding trees do come directly from the 3-page checklist. So given that, and the question that you posed earlier and concern about this document addressing design in the right of way, we may consider removing that.
Well, I guess my position would be if we can keep it in, I'd love to keep it in because I think it's just going to be more and more important to have have trees along the roadway.
Mhm.
So if we,
If I'm, I would want to square that away with the city standards for street design.
yeah, then we have we'll leave that with you and staff. Okay, 3915.
Yeah, I put a comment, it's too vague. We don't want industrial floodlights that are painted black, right? And we want exterior lighting that is,
Wow, how do
like,
you make this objective?
I don't know. And how many do we have? That was another one on the checklist that was a real fail. Like, they had like one light fixture on this entire 100-foot, side of a building. And that's not okay either. And so I think this one is definitely under specified.
Yeah, maybe we can just,
But from a
pretty
provide lighting standpoint or a
Yeah, provide lighting,
aesthetic standpoint?
both, right?
Okay, yeah, because, well, from aesthetic standpoint, from a provide lighting standpoint, we can probably be objective, but
Yeah.
from a aesthetic standpoint, I'm not, I guess maybe we leave that to you as to how we do it, because I think shall utilize colors and finishes that are consistent with those of the primary building.
And aren't,
You can either say are the same color, but you can't, consistent is subjective. I would
yeah, that's always my
and
concern.
you wouldn't, Mayor, a lighing fixture though could be black. I mean, which could be a good looking black fixture, which is,
And that's
your color is
true.
not, color.
You don't
building's
want,
not black,
like
so.
the industrial
I know.
floodlights,
Well, as we know, the lighting fixtures can make or break a building.
Oh,
So
100%.
I
Look at the
agree.
nice one.
I agree. So this seems to be under specified, given
Under-
how we are incredibly prescriptive on some stuff. And this thing kind of is
But-
just
This
like,
is like,
But how can you possibly specify
well, that's
good
why we
looking
have
lights?
experts.
Okay, so we'll leave that with
No,
you. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That can be a very important feature.
I mean, and safety too, especially as we get to, we have some areas that don't have street lights properly.
Right.
And so the lighting on these buildings is going to be like the main lighting, and like, what does that mean? So.
right.
I'll just point out that most typically that doesn't live within ODS. Usually a city code has standards for exterior lighting, so we're just verifying that.
Okay.
But we will absolutely consider that. There are objective ways to regulate lighting, but probably not in the way that you mean. It's usually called BUG, which is backlight uplight glare.
Right.
Probably not what you're intending. Of course, preventing, for example, reflective materials we can do on a building, and it makes sense. Perhaps that doesn't make as much sense for lighting
Because of glass or something.
frequently metal, glass, all of
Right.
that. But we'll certainly look into it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so let's see, if there are other general things we haven't covered. Covered that, covered that, covered that. Covered that. Covered that, covered that. Okay, I've got anything? Are we all set?
Mm-hmm.
do you feel sufficiently?
Can I ask for clarity on two items? And I just wanted to understand, because I feel like I heard some back and forth with the roofs. Are we requiring only pitched or also allowing mansard?
We're,
Oh,
oh,
both.
Both are allowed.
Both are, oh, yeah, definitely.
So
both.
only those two, but either one.
Correct.
And the Manfred can't be
for above 2-story, buildings taller
Above
than 2
2 stories.
stories.
above 2 stories, and the intent of the Manfred is to mimic a pitched roof in facade, because there's other images of a Manfred or really ugly. We want to mimic a pitch, right?
Yeah, and just for clarity for the record, like a mansard roof is classically Parisian,
Right.
where you have a very steep outer pitch and then a very
That's why I want to make sure
inner
we don't want
pitch,
that one.
which it allowed for an additional floor of living space.
All right, that's not
And so that is not the
No.
intention. The intention here is to have
the mimic.
from the eave line an upward pitch.
Yes.
And then after some given distance, it can drop down like a parapet and be flat on
Correct.
top to house equipment, HVAC, et cetera.
Perfect. And it doesn't count against them.
Correct. And we will clarify the terminology around that.
Okay. And there was a second item?
Right. It sounds like it's about the visibility of the flat portion of a roof. So we understand that for buildings of a certain depth, there's sort of an applied pitched roof form, and it's done in such a way that that's all you see from the right of way.
That's correct. So I think there was a question before, like whether this means from other buildings or the street line, and it's from the street, right? That's when people walk around or bike around or drive around Lafayette, they're going to think they're looking at pitched roofs, whether they are or not, right?
Right, right. And then there's the mechanical well area in the center
That's
that's
right.
not visible.
Well, you can be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this applied roof form, and in terms of how it's part of the building, I mean, that's sort of up to the designer, right? But thinking about buildings just that we know of, multifamily buildings, I mean, there are any number of roof forms. You could have shed, you could have towers, you could have dormers, and just simple gables, just any number of roof forms that would be allowed.
Sorry.
And standards. Okay. I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, and the second one.
I had one more question for clarity. At one point, there was a mention of the ODS document going back to the working group and another body. So I just wanted to follow up where we landed with that. So there was some discussion of the DRC working group and maybe some other additional staff consultant body
The
before it goes.
liaisons, yeah, if the
DRC,
DRC
yeah.
working group is willing, we'd love it to come back to them together with the council liaisons to the DRC.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I mean, when I read this, I mean, obviously a lot of work has gone into this, and this is a big step forward from where
Yes,
we
absolutely.
are now, a huge step forward. So thank you very much for all your work on this.
Yeah, very big priority for
Mhm.
our community. So appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you all for all the effort, and the DRC also.
Yep.
Yes,
and-
thank
Yeah,
you.
totally.
And Elliot, thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so coming back to the agenda there, I think the only item we didn't do was council report. We can't do that though.
Can't do that.
Okay.
Oh, bummer.
Really?
I slipped mine in during the
Oh, that was very clever.
clever.
I do have a
Well, if you say it before I adjourn, you're good.
one update I would like. Yeah, I'd like to. At the mayor's conference, Sue Novak gave an update from MTC saying that the OBAG funding should be released January, and the updated TOC policy we should expect in February. So I just thought we all might be interested in that. She didn't give any context. She just said they're working hard on it and we should be getting it next month.
Okay, and with that, we are adjourned.
Great.